Good morning, friends, colleagues. Could I invite you to take your seats? I was telling Felix earlier that Swiss are known for being great watchmakers, so it will be good for us to start on time, and I'm glad that most of us are here. I would like to welcome you to the second workshop under the Sharm el Sheikh dialogue to exchange views and enhance understanding on the scope of Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement and its complementarity of Article 9. This mandate was given to us at CMA4 in Sharm el Sheikh. And it is a great pleasure to have so many of you joining us here in Geneva in person and virtually from around the world. I'm now pleased to invite welcoming remarks from the COP27 presidency, the UNFCCC, the Swiss government, and from the building bridges. So let me now hand over to Ambassador Mohamed Nasser from the COP27 presidency.
Thank you so much, Tosi, and thank you so much for that, and Secretariat for organizing this very important second round of the dialogue. On behalf of the COP27 presidency, I would like to welcome you all to the second workshop under the Sharm el Sheikh dialogue. The workshop has been made possible and is co-hosted by the Federal Office for Environment and the Government of Switzerland in collaboration with the Building Bridges here in Geneva. So thank you so much for the generous support. Colleagues, as one of the key outcomes of the Sharm el Sheikh implementation plan, we are pleased to use this opportunity to continue with the Sharm el Sheikh dialogue between parties, relevant organizations, and stakeholders to exchange views and enhance our understanding of the scope of Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement and how it is complementing and its complementarity with Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. We are all aware of what is at stake when considering the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement, and that collectively we must work towards achieving these goals according to our agreed commitments, our agreed principles, and the objectives of the Convention and the Agreement. With the second part of the Sharm el Sheikh dialogue, we are continuing to move into the direction of collectively, by creating the space to hear everyone's perspectives, to exchange views and enhance our understanding of the scope of the Article 2.1c and how it complements Article 9, the different definitions, different views that are put forward, and to ensure that we are working towards an understandable and comprehensible implementation of this article. The deliberations of both workshops here in Geneva and earlier this year in Bangkok will be reflected in a summary report prepared by the Secretariat under the guidance of the COP27 and CMA presidency. In light of the importance of this mandate, we have expressed our ambition to deliver on the mandate in a way that will ensure a broad, participatory, and inclusive dialogue. Ambassador Tosi has been appointed as a facilitator of the dialogue, and you have already engaged with him in the first round in Bangkok. And personally, seeing this impressive attendance in the room, let me express my sincerest gratitude for the great interest, dedication, and efforts that the participants, the experts, and the moderators from parties and non-party stakeholders from public, private, and non-governmental and civil society sector are taking to make this dialogue a success. I would like also to thank the Secretariat for their efforts in preparing this and also in providing all the technical and the substantive support for the dialogue to be a success. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Nasser. Let me now hand over the floor to Yolando Velasco from the UNFCCC Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. On behalf of the UNFCCC Secretariat, I would like to welcome you all to the second workshop under the Sharm el Sheikh Dialogue. For some, if not most of those present here, this is the third of climate finance marathon events taking place here in Geneva. In this regard, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to the Federal Office for the Environment, the government of Switzerland for its support in co-hosting this workshop and the rest of the events. The series of climate finance events here in Geneva are another important milestone during this crucial year that will culminate with the identification of gaps and solutions at the first global stocktake and the important decisions that need to be undertaken at COP28 in Dubai. Finance will be critical in delivering our collective ambition and goals. So the Sharm el Sheikh dialogue is an opportune moment to develop a shared understanding of how to make progress on the goals of the Paris Agreement, including Article 2, Paragraph 1C, of making finance flows consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas and climate-resilient development, and its complementarity with Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. The Secretariat assures its commitment and support to parties and stakeholders in this important process. Throughout this year, we are and will continue to closely work with the COP27 presidency and the facilitator to implement this mandate. In closing, I would like to encourage all participants and actors to take this opportunity to engage on this critical issue. I am confident that the deliberations and outcomes of the 2 workshops this year will pave the way for a more ambitious global response to the threat of climate change. Thank you all for being here and participating in this dialogue.
Thank you very much, Yolando, for those words of encouragement, and I hope that participants still have some stamina after those 3 event marathon, like you described them. Now let us go to Felix Wertli, who's from the Federal Office for the Environment of the Government of Switzerland.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Chair, representatives of the COP27, COP28 presidencies, dear Mr. Odier, dear colleagues. It's a great pleasure to welcome you here today in Geneva in Switzerland. It's a very sunny day. I think you can't see it because the shadows are really very close in this room, but perhaps you have a moment to step outside during the day to enjoy this autumn day. First, I'd like to thank the climate finance team of the UNFCCC and the organizers of the Building Bridges conferences to organize this unique event. Bring together representatives from governments, private sector, civil society to speak about the consistency of financial flows with a low emission and climate resilient development pathway, in short, implementation of Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. I have to admit I only started recently to dive into climate change negotiations. And obviously one of the first reports I read was the latest IPCC assessment report. And this report states clearly that the available capital is sufficient to finance the global transition, but has to be shifted towards different geographies and climate resilient and low emissions technologies and solutions. Knowing that we need an enormous amount of capital to finance economic transformation, often we say trillions instead of billions, I was expecting an urge of delegates to discuss this very important issue. However, I had to learn that it took us almost 8 years to create a space to start these open, frank discussions about the various approaches to implement Article 2.1c in the Sharm el Sheikh dialogues and assess our progress towards implementation of this article in the context of the global stocktake. However, I'm very happy that we managed eventually to establish this space. And I was listening recently to the message from the Kenyan President Ruto at the African Climate Summit, who called for investments in renewable energy, green industrialization, and climate-smart agriculture, and who underlined the potential to drive economic growth and strengthen sustainable development. This shows us the potential that we have if we manage to achieve the 2.1c, and that we have a very good momentum to promote it. Domestically, Switzerland has initiated a lot of different voluntary measures in collaboration with our financial sector, aiming to shift financial flows to support the achievement of the objectives of the Paris Agreement. For example, anonymously, we assess the Paris alignment of our financial sector on a regular basis using PACTA, an open source, forward-looking and science-based methodology. We're looking forward to share this experience, as well as others and lessons we have learned with all of you in this dialogue. We look forward to consider the outcome of these dialogues at the CMI 5 in Dubai, building also on the range of technical work conducted by the Standing Committee on Finance on this matter. To close, I would like to thank all the staff involved for the hard work to make this meeting happen, and you all for coming. I hope we can follow the motto of this meeting, build bridges, have good and frank conversations, and work common to our understanding of Article 2.1.c. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felix, and let me thank you for the warm hospitality that has been extended to us since we set foot in this beautiful country. And really, we've been a good atmosphere that has been, I think, key to foster positive engagement among different participants. Now, last but not least, let me turn to co-host Patrick Audier, Chair of Building Bridges. Happy to have you here among us. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, Mr. Velasco, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really honored to welcome you to Building Bridges this morning in Geneva as we host the second workshop of Sharm el Sheikh Dialogue over the course of the next 2 days. After you convened in Egypt almost a year ago and a few months ago in Thailand, you are here today in Switzerland with a tall order to achieve, and we know it. We heard in yesterday's Building Bridges discussions by actually Avinash, who is here today, that flows in the order of $4 to $6 trillion per annum are required to combat climate mitigation and adaptation, and that sufficient funds are just not flowing enough where they are needed most, as many developing countries are trailing further and further behind. A serious concern voiced by developing economies and frontier markets are that they are not being heard as climate change ravages their livelihoods, and that they are critically under-resourced to address the needs to help them transition. We know that pollution, climate change, nature losses are not local nor state, but rather global and collective challenges, and we all have to play our part. At the kernel of Building Bridges is the ambition to cement pathways, to build bridges and create a space to enable collaboration such as this morning. This takes courage, and this takes also a shift in mindset and an accelerated flow of capital to address a sustainable transition, as we therefore share the same objective about the alignment of financial flows which need to move at scale, but also at speed never seen before. Building Bridges is now in its 4th edition, and it's gaining in relevance and prominence every year. We're not just another platform, but rather a space and a community with the strong backing of our committed partners who come from different constituencies and sectors. And we are enabled to work together to address the foremost global sustainability challenges that we all are confronted with. This is not a Swiss climate crisis, nor a European one, but a global one, as we all must assume responsibility and play our part. Over the next week, in parallel to this second Sharm el Sheikh workshop, Building Bridges will showcase over 100 sustainability events in this venue, organized by 100 entities from all constituencies and stakeholders. We have the same objective in mind, to align finance to meet the SDG goals. We need to stay on the right side of climate history, and that starts here in Geneva today. I wish you productive negotiation in this respect, but also the negotiation that bear strong and resilient results in negotiating a pathway forward. Finance needs to flow towards the low emission and climate resilient development. Delivering such a funding will require scale and swiftness in unprecedented amounts of capital, and will need to engage governments, of course, but also central banks and the financial center, which is at, of course, the core of the Building Bridges initiative. I wish you a very strong building bridge.
Thank you very much, Patrick. And you can rest assured that I will be quoting you a lot in the next few months. Let us be on the right side of climate history. That's very powerful, I think. So after these welcoming remarks, and before we start our substantive discussions, allow me to briefly introduce the structure and program for the next 2 days. The second workshop is building upon the foundations of the dialogue that has been said so far this year through holding informal consultations, the broad response to the call for submissions on the organization of the dialogue, and the first workshop that took place in July in Bangkok, in Thailand. All of these interactions marked an insightful and detailed commencement to the dialogue, and these fruitful exchanges have informed our preparations for the second workshop of the dialogue here in Geneva. The program of the second workshop has been designed in line with the mandate given to us by parties at CMA4, taking into account the views and expectations expressed this year, as well as the best response to our collective ambition of an inclusive, transparent, and open dialogue that enables all voices to be heard from all backgrounds, contexts, and regions. The workshop aims to leverage a diverse set of perspectives from the public, private, and non-governmental financial sector, and will be structured along 4 substantive sessions. Day 1 will comprise of Session 1, understanding the potential scope, challenges, and opportunities of implementing Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement and its complementarity with Article 9 at international level. And Session 2, mapping the potential intended and unintended consequences of actions to implement Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement and potential safeguards. Day 2 will continue to discuss, during Session 3, complementarity with Article 9, how to ensure that finance supports country-driven action to realize Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, and what is the role of Article 2, Paragraph 1C in relation to Article 9. And Session 4, linkages and moving forward inside and outside the intergovernmental process relevant to Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement and its complementarity with Article 9. On behalf of the COP27 presidency and myself, I would like to thank all the experts, moderators, panelists, and of course all participants for your effort and time to take part in the second workshop of the dialogue. I thank you very much. With that, I would like to open the second workshop under the Sharm el Sheikh dialogue. Thank you. Thank you, friends. Thank you, colleagues, for attending this opening ceremony. Let us now go to the gist of our work, and we'll start with keynote interventions, state of play of the financial system in relation to achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement and opportunities to scaling up finance for low GHG emission and climate resilient development. We'll have 2 keynote speakers. First of all, we'll have Luis Awazu Pereira da Silva, former Deputy General Manager of Bank of International Settlements. Luis served as Deputy General Manager of the Bank of International Settlements for 8 years and previously acted in different roles in the Brazilian Central Bank and the Brazilian Ministries of Budget and Planning and Finance, as well as the World Bank. Luis, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hear me well? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Luis.
Thank you very much. It's really an honor to be a panelist in this event. I'd like to thank for the invitation. I would like also to thank the organizer. I will do a brief presentation so please could you load the presentation?
Yes, we have the presentation on the screen. You can go ahead.
So I will be speaking to you precisely about what was said in the introductory remarks to this workshop. If we want an orderly green transition to net zero, we need urgent and massive investment precisely into developing countries. So next slide. We have, of course, as you know, all good news and bad news. We have a greater awareness vis-à-vis the risks of climate change, but we have bad news, insufficiently timely, comprehensive action for structural change to reach net zero. Now, despite the IPCC report's warnings, precisely at the BIS, when I was there, we called for a greater engagement by central banks to act. We wrote in particular, and we coined the concept of a green swan as characterizing climate change-related risks. These are not like the black swans of the global financial crisis. They are much more a systemic global risk. They are irreversible. They are not a tale of a distribution. They affect price and financial stability, which are in the mandates of central banks, and they pose a global existential threat. Now, we have to act fast and soon and urgently because we know of a limited carbon budget remaining before tipping points. But we know as well that this requires coordination with multiple agents. There is no silver bullet to solve climate change. You need multifaceted policies, particularly with governments regarding carbon pricing, carbon markets, investments in research and development, and new green technologies in carbon capture. We need, of course, as it was mentioned, the private sector precisely to scale up new technologies into investments and financing the transition to net zero. And we need, of course, regulation, green taxonomies. We need local, regional, and global cross-country coordination. Now, the mitigation strategies are available. We know that we could decarbonize starting with critical sectors, with clean energy and green electricity, and at the same time invest massively on structural transformations of countries' primary energy matrix, replacing fossil fuels by renewable energy. Next slide. So the point is that in order to facilitate this strategy, in order for the strategy to work, we need very large investments in the energy transition to reach net zero, as illustrated by the slide here, the graph on your right. We have invested about 1.1 to 1.3 trillion globally in the green energy transition last year, but we know that this is not enough. In order to meet global net zero targets, the investments that are needed are 3 times as much, around 4.5 trillion every year until 2030. And you can see the gaps between what we do today and what is required to do in many areas of renewables that are described in these bars. And how to fill these gaps and finance this effort urgently is the key question that I think the workshop will be examining. And we know that for particularly developing countries, we have limited room for macroeconomic maneuver in terms of limitations regarding additional taxation, additional debt, and of course, we are all working in a current environment of resilient inflation. So in order to fill the gaps, the gaps are the dotted lines, the bars in dotted lines, and you can see that they are considerable. This is what we should be talking about. Next slide. Now, what is worrisome is that this effort is not reaching the places where it counts, the developing world. You know that this is the graph that you have in front of you. The first bar represents the enormous amount of population, 2/3 of the world that resides in the developing world. But you see that energy investment is not really, and particularly clean energy investment, is not being mobilized and directed to the developing countries. And the developing countries are in the bars, in the last bar on the right. The destination of the developing countries is the yellow segment of the bar. You can see that is relatively small vis-a-vis what advanced economies have been doing, but also China has been doing. Next slide. And we know that this is necessary because poor countries are the most affected by climate change. They have higher costs for agriculture. They are subject to much more extreme weather events, to higher inflation. And in this graph, you can see on the top, the current yellow spots where the temperature, the daily temperature, makes the area unlivable. And you can see that if you prolong this business as usual trend on the bottom, you can see that the areas where the number of days above the deadly threshold for human life are increasing dramatically, the red spots, and this would make massive destruction and migration inevitable from the developing world to the developed world. Next slide. So we have some financial good news. Some developing countries are making progress themselves with green bond issuance and benefiting some green premium. You can see the progress that we know of the cumulative issuance of green bonds. This is on the left of your slide. We are reaching now about $1 trillion of green bond issuance, and it's making progress. And also on the right, you can see that some developing countries, this is the example of India, are issuing green bonds a little bit below the traditional yield curve of their traditional issuance. This is India's yield curve, and you can see the green dots are a little below the average yield curve, and therefore being issued at a premium, at a lower cost for the country. Next slide. Another good news is that the technology is making progress. This is the example of Chile. This is the cost or the projected costs of new green technologies, particularly green hydrogen, which is produced particularly with renewable energy, either solar or wind. And you can see that the trend, for example, in Chile, is that the cost for producing hydrogen in US dollars per kilo is diminishing over time, and the break-even point, even without a carbon tax, is advancing and making possible the usage of green hydrogen. Next slide. There are also other structural transformations that are taking place. For example, in China, this is the new green energy supply that is growing. You can see on the right the amount of new capacity in solar. This is the yellow line, and also in wind. But unfortunately, this growth in renewables, even in China, is not yet matching demand growth, which is the reason why China has been forced to add coal generation electricity in its matrix. You can see that by the bars on the right, that there needs to be, in China, despite progress in renewables, added coal and other thermal generation electricity to meet the growing demand. Next slide. So the role, and despite this good news of green financing the transition, is precisely to make this good news more good news and to make possible more capital to developing countries, precisely to prevent the adoption by developing countries, emerging market economies, of the old models of advanced economies, and to enable to foster an expansionary transition. Now, public and private agents and finance need to play the very same role that engineering and banks played during the industrial revolutions a couple of centuries ago, because climate change requires, and the transition requires, a significant reallocation of resources. We are not talking here about a simple traditional shock like the oil shock in the 70s and the 80s. You're really talking here about a Schumpeterian creative destruction change of the whole global capital stock and of our production and consumption processes, which has to take place primarily in the developing world. Finance, of course, can play a role of an accelerator of change to facilitate this massive reallocation of capital in the real economy to reach net zero, and also to mitigate the risks that today prevent precisely capital flows, as it was stated in the introductory remarks, to flow from the north to the south. And that has to do with pledges to fund the net zero transition in poor and other developing countries. They need to be upheld, particularly the Paris Fund, because, as I said, climate change has primarily distributional consequences for poor countries and for poor households in rich countries. You need, of course, concessional green finance for low-income countries in the forms of reallocations of SDRs, official development assistance. You need to use much more to make the multiplication of funds I mentioned before, blended green finance, with particularly more resources for multilateral development banks like the World Bank, but also other outlets, Regional Development Bank, to also absorb part of the risks, develop new projects, and we know that we need more capital and new methods for pooling risks. And finally, we need new innovative green finance for the insurance of physical risks in order to investors to be comfortable in ensuring the financing of new technologies and new projects. And last but not the least, and I end here, we need to also make sure that we have adaptation strategies and investment efforts to be funded and considered, because we know that some of the events are affecting right now developing countries, particularly in poor countries and poor areas of the world. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luis. Quite an insightful presentation and very informative. It reminded me of the African Declaration that was adopted by African Head of State a few weeks ago in Nairobi, where African Head of State said that the continent represents about 40% of renewable energy resources in the world, but over the past decade, 3 trillion of investment went to renewable energy, and only 60 billion reached Africa, which represented 2% of investment, despite of the huge 40% potential. And thank you for really putting in front of us the state of play, and thank you for the recommendations you made. I, for myself, learned a new term, which is the Schumpeterian creative destruction change. This is something I'll be researching in a few days. But thank you very much for this insightful presentation and setting us on our course. At this stage, I will ask French colleagues to hold any questions they may have, so that we can go to Avinash Persaud, who is the Special Envoy on Investment and Financial Services to the Prime Minister for the Government of Barbados. Avinash will take the floor from the chair there, from the desk. And just to let you know that Avinash is Special Envoy to the Prime Minister of Barbados and Emeritus Professor at Gresham College in the UK. In addition, he serves as Chairman of the CARICOM Commission on the Economy. His career spans finance, public policy, and academia. He was a former senior private financial senior in several private financial institutions, and was also chairman of the regulatory subcommittee of the UN Commission on Financial Reform and chairman of the Warwick Commission on International Financial Reform. Avinash, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here with you, many familiar faces, friends and colleagues. I've learnt that if we want lasting policies that work, we need to be very clear about what the problem is we're trying to solve. That sounds elemental, but to be honest, a lot of times we approach the solution without having a clear unity of mind about what the problem is we're trying to solve. And of course, the problem we're trying to solve here is not that people are unaware of climate change and the damage. It's not that people don't care. It's not that the world doesn't have the financing. It's not a technology problem. We can do this all with existing tech. It's the finance isn't flowing to the right places. And an inherent part of the global stocktake is identifying those gaps in the financial flows, and we have the numbers. And I'm going to focus on those numbers where the gaps are biggest, and that's in the developing world. And the gaps are biggest, and the gaps are perhaps most important there, because there is no longer any pathway. There's no longer any pathway to preserve the planet without a rapid, large-scale green transformation in developing countries. A green transformation that is faster and bigger than the green transformation that's taken place anywhere else in the world, and we're dependent on some of the world's poorest countries to make that transformation. So these gaps we have to solve. The COP26 presidency, COP27, COP28 have established an independent high-level expert group that has been looking at these financing flows, and the numbers are very clear and stark. We need, for developing countries alone, $2.4 trillion of financing per year. $2.4 trillion of financing per year for mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. Now, I don't know if you're like me, but when you get over a few millions and billions, it's hard to really picture trillions. And it also works in reverse, my ex-wife tells me, because I'm always dealing with billions and trillions. I was hopeless with family finances. But to put this into context, 2.4 trillion, all of the aid in the world, is less than $200 billion a year. So we're talking about a need that is 12 times greater than all of the aid in the world. All of the multilateral development bank lending in the world, all of it is about $100 billion a year. So we're talking about a number that's 24 times what the multilateral development banks do. And so clearly, we have gaps that need different solutions. We're not going to get there with the existing system. Now, my developed country friends tend to assume that, with some irony, that they are climate leaders, and that if only the rest of the world does what they've been doing on carbon taxes, on exchange trading systems for carbon, strong regulatory and domestic compliance markets, then things will be fine. And the critical thing that is missing there is the development context. Because you can't transfer one set of policies to another set of countries where markets are small, where economies are narrow. A critical part of the colonial experience was narrow economies. We were set up to be exporters of cash crops, not to have rich, diverse economies. So imposing similar policies on narrow economies, small markets, illiquid places, where the cost of capital, because capital is scarce, the cost of capital is very high, leads to very different responses. I believe in carbon taxes. I believe that the appropriate thing for developed economies. You impose the right carbon taxes in developed economies, and we'll see an acceleration of the switch. And we're seeing that in Europe, in Canada, and some other places. You impose the same carbon tax on a country with a narrow economy, small market, illiquid market, high cost of capital, you're not going to see any shift. You're going to see a reduction of output. These things are anti-development if we impose them in the same way. And anti-development is not going to get us to the green transformation. And so we need a different approach. And let me break it down. So mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage is often considered together, and I think that's part of our problem. They're very different things, and they lead to very different financing. So mitigation, this is reducing greenhouse gas emissions, is something which has a number of revenues attached to it, largely. Adaptation, which is to say, look, there's already global warming baked into the system, in train. But even if we were stopping emissions now, we still need to make our economies more adaptable to this changed environment. We're already seeing at 1.1 degrees a changed environment. We've seen that this summer with record temperatures, droughts in the Horn of Africa, what we're seeing in floods and forest fires everywhere around the world. So we need adaptation, which is not about mitigation. It's about making ourselves more adaptable to the world we're in and the world that's coming. And then because we're not mitigating enough, and because we're not adapting enough, we need loss and damage, which is not adaptation. It's not mitigation. Loss and damage is dealing with the fact, well, we didn't adapt, we didn't mitigate, and now we've got actual loss and damage. And these three things have to be done differently. So mitigation has revenue streams. We need to engage the private sector. The private sector is financing this in developed countries. They're financing renewables in developed countries. 81% of renewables is financed by the private sector in developed countries, not in developing countries. They're financing 14%. For many of the reasons we talked about earlier, narrow markets, small markets, illiquid markets, very high cost of capital. That's the fundamental issue, high cost of capital. And where the cost of capital is different in developing countries versus developed countries is not project risk. Project risk, policy risk, sector risk is actually very similar. Anyone who is depending on the UK hitting its targets will tell you there's policy risk in developed countries too. There's policy risk on the changed regime. The policy risk is there, it's pretty common. What's different is the macro risk. So we have a $2 trillion gap on financing mitigation in developing countries, $2 trillion just for mitigation, that this needs reduction of cost of capital. People say, well, we should just make these domestic markets much deeper and stronger, and that's a good thing too, but let me say something else. We're asking developing countries to transform at a bigger scale and faster pace than anyone has ever done before in our history, and at a faster pace than that is natural for their economy. And therefore, investment will exceed domestic savings, by definition. And if investment exceeds domestic savings, we have to get foreign direct investment. So reducing the cost of capital is critical for that mitigation gap. Second gap, the adaptation gap, $250 billion a year we need to spend on adaptation. $250 billion a year in developing countries for adaptation. Where is that going to come from? Well, we're going to sink if we have to fund that by market interest rates and borrowing in the market for that. We can borrow for this. I'd love grants for everything, but we can borrow for this. We can borrow for this because if I make my economy adaptable and resilient, I will save money in the future. Every dollar spent on resilience today saves $7 in the future. So I can borrow for this, but I can't borrow at market rates at the cost of capital I'm dealing with. If I'm lent at concessionary rates, long-term money, I can borrow for adaptation. $250 billion a year. Developing countries don't have the balance sheet that developed countries do. So this borrowing that they can do can only be done at long-term, low cost of interest rates and making sure that they're not having to borrow for other things too. And that's why I come to the final point, loss and damage. If we've got developing countries borrowing $250 billion a year to be more resilient, they can't borrow as well for loss and damage caused by others and caused by climate change. Another $100 billion for loss and damage, $100 to $150 billion a year on loss and damage. So we need new instruments that will allow that to be as grant-like as possible. And let me end with some other things that don't work in developing countries that may work in developed markets. The carbon markets work when they're a domestic compliance market. There's a tax, there's a penalty, there's a trading system. The voluntary carbon market is not working. The voluntary carbon market price for carbon is 2% of the compliance market. That's not about integrity. That's about it being voluntary. And so unless we have actual cross-border taxes, this market is not going to deliver. The insurance market cannot deliver in developing countries because climate change may be insurable in developed countries because in the northern climes, the loss and damage for climate change is not heavy. It's 4 times smaller. But climate change is an uninsurable event. It is certainty of rising costs, rising losses with rising correlation, an uninsurable event. And so don't try to sell us insurance, please. Unless you're paying for all the premiums, and no one has a budget line where they're paying for all of the insurance premiums for developing countries and all of the climate vulnerable developing countries. So these things don't work. We need this financing. We know what the gaps are. $2 trillion for mitigation, need to unblock it by lowering costs of capital. $250 billion for adaptation. We need the multilateral development banks to create a new window of concessionary lending. Their lending needs to be 3 times bigger than they're doing. They can do half of that with existing capital. They need new capital. And we need $100 to $150 billion of loss and damage grant-like financing. They're the gaps. That's what we need to fill. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Avinash, for these inspiring words and for setting before us this state of play, which in turns appears to be a daunting task. Looking at the numbers, 2.4 trillion for mitigation, and we need indeed to lower the cost of capital, 250 billion for adaptation a year, knowing that $1 spent today allows us to avoid spending $7 in the future. And of course, loss and damage where there's no money-making rationale. And of course, thank you for emphasizing the fact that because of the specific reality of developing countries, some of the tools and instruments that work in the developed world will not work in developing countries. You mentioned the carbon market. You mentioned insurance. Thank you. So colleagues, we do have 4 or 5 minutes. I'd like to allow maybe 2 interventions from the floor. Questions, remarks, comments? Yes, please. Over there.
Thank you, Tosi. Good morning, colleagues. I think it is fitting that I continue as I have gone through these last few days. I really want to thank Avi and Luis for riveting presentations and for bringing home to people some of the stark realities that we face in the developing world. We still, however, find ourselves in a circumstance where, with respect to 2.1c, there is a focus on low greenhouse gas emissions and on net zero, and it seems to forget that other little portion of 2.1c that speaks to climate resilient development. And what is critical there is, as Avinash pointed out, many developing countries are willing to pay for such, and many of us have been paying for such for the last 40 years. But we cannot continue in the face of a climate crisis to pay at the rates that we're paying at, and certainly not if we have to address loss and damage. I unfortunately have the experience of constructing climate resilient projects for 20+ years. And these are the realities. You will not get low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development in the same sentence. Excuse me. if you're building coastal resilience, you're building your coastal defenses, you're making your ports resilient, you're addressing flood alleviation, you're addressing wastewater management, you're making your roads and your bridges climate resilient, your housing. You're looking at ecosystem-based approaches, but you need to have those that you can rely on if you have to face a Category 3 or 4 hurricane. And in order to guarantee that, you need gray solutions. I'm going to disappoint a few in the room who believe that green solutions are the way, but they cannot do it alone. I can plant 1 billion mangroves. I can go out there and I can do microfragmentation for corals, as we have done. I can plant them out. I can perhaps think that I can wait 300 or 400 years, but the reality is I cannot. So you need to look at hybrid solutions if you're going to move to these circumstances. And these things need asphalt. They need high-strength, resilient concrete with a high rejection rate, because when it comes on the site and it doesn't meet the parameters, I reject it until you find me a way that I can make cement at high strength with less emissions. Then I am not being able to combine resilient development with low GHG emissions. And I think we need to take that in mind, because as we speak and as we focus on mitigation, the reality is that we have failed to mitigate, and therefore we must seek to adapt. And our failure to mitigate has meant that our adaptation has cost us more and has been less effective and has guaranteed loss and damage as a result. And so therefore, when we're looking at these things, if we want to achieve 2.1c, we have to continue to recognize that, especially for those on the front lines of the climate crisis, climate resilient development is what we need, and it does not necessarily align with net zero, even though we have fought to ensure that our NDCs collectively align to net zero. Individual projects for climate resilience will not do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Now I see many hands. I would hate to not listen to those good comments. So let me go to Gabi.
Thank you very much, Tosi, and thanks to the keynote presenters. Just in response to Ricardo's last point, happy to have a chat in the coffee break on cement production with more than 50% emission reductions, not at cost of stability. So very happy to engage. We may have a technology there to share. I had a question to Avinash Prasad. Thanks for the presentation and highlighting the gap we have in terms of cost of capital and all the challenges ahead of us. You also noted by far that the available public capital will not be sufficient to close that gap. So thanks for highlighting the problems. Do you also have suggestions on those innovative new instruments you were outlining to get the cost of capital down? What could we do? Because we're trying to implement 2.1c to get exactly to that point. How do we get the foreign direct investments into the geographies where we need them? Can you maybe give a few suggestions of innovative approaches that you're thinking of? Thanks.
Thank you. Before going to Avinash, let me go to Diane. Diane will be followed by Mohammed and Mamadou, and then Mohammed. So I think we can close the list here.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. So my name is Diane Blacklane. I represent AOSIS in many of the negotiations, and Avinash is talking about some of the conditions that small markets will face. One of the things that strike me with all of the presentations is that one of the things that we talk about a lot is what we call the transitional risk. As Avinash pointed out, is that developing country, for us to reach net zero, we all have to transition at somewhat rapid pace, especially in developing countries. one of the reasons that we are seeing inertia in the transition and the cause for heightened anxiety is the transitional risk that countries will have to face. And when countries have to change at a really rapid pace, it can escalate into political risk. And if a politician is aware that if they transition, they will lose the next election, they will not transition. So the question is, I think, building on what Gabby is basically saying, is that this funding for us has to come, a significant amount has to come from the private sector. That is clear. And for many different reasons. Because if you're going to be going into this new market and spending all of this money, we want people to benefit from that, businesses, young people, entrepreneurs to benefit. So we want the private sector to be the driving force. However, what the question would be, what will be the best role of the public sector funds that is going to be made available? And for many of us, one of the areas that we do not fund is to identify and understand and fund transitional risk when we're designing projects. And of course, when we're designing projects, we don't want politicians anywhere near our projects, right? Because that sends a signal, we're all triggered by that. But the fact remains is that in many developed countries, actually, we're seeing it played out on CNN everywhere, that the transition of the political risk to them is very high. And the same exists in many of our developing countries. Chile, I see one of the case studies used, struggle with that, although I see that they're pushing ahead with respect to their climate program. So I think political risk and the discontent that is caused among the population is something that we can consider and talk about a little bit more to see if maybe if we can address it, we can push forward a little bit better. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Let me now go to Mohammed Nasser and Pedro, and then Mohammed from Saudi. Nasser.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the presenters. And now speaking as Egypt, as not a COP27 president. Very quickly, I think that presentations that were put forward this morning give us two very important things. The first one is that the alignment or the 2-1C should not be looked at as from the lens of diverting or investing from one sector, but rather if those instruments that are being given are fit for purpose. So the scale that was highlighted by Avinash is very important, but also as important as the scale was what he mentioned on the instruments. You cannot continue as with the current instruments by giving same loans with the high interest rates and expecting that this will allow for the transformation or allow for the delivery of 2-1A and 2-1B. Because simply at a certain point, even if the money of the funds are there, countries will not be able to benefit from it because either they are highly indebted or they are not fit because they have interest rates that are not possible to allow for the quick transition. So our definition of 2-1C should not be only looking at how the financial flows are moving from one sector to another, but rather should focus on the three elements that were highlighted in Sharm el Sheikh. The first one, how are they expanding the access for small economies, for medium economies? Are they delivering on this access? Second one is what kind of instruments are being given? So it is not about having loans moving from oil and gas to loans moving to renewable energy. They stay loans as the same. So it has to be the different approach to the instruments that are there. And the third one is, of course, the scale, as was mentioned by Avinash. Second point, just commenting on Ricardo, which I fully support what he has mentioned. But every time we start talking about 2-1C adaptation, we are asked to have it on a coffee break. We cannot have it in the big discussion. So I don't know why. I mean, we need to discuss here how can 2-1C serve the adaptation and the resilience component. We cannot discuss this in a coffee break outside and then we discuss here the mitigation component. So those has to be put in public. 2-1C is not about mitigation only. Of course, mitigation is a crucial element, but it is also about the resilience building, which would reduce the loss and damage. It's also about the loss and damage component. And again, 2-1C is about the instruments rather than just saying this is moving from one sector to another. And the third element is the accessibility that would allow everybody to do the transition and transformation that is expected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed, on behalf of Egypt and not COP27 presidency. Let me now go to Pedro on behalf of Cuba or G77 and China?
Good morning. On behalf of Cuba, I thank you very much, the presenters, for the contribution to the dialogue, and particularly to Avinash. I really wish that we'd be at that level for the COP, but I really doubt that we are at that level, Avinash. You have mentioned we know the gaps. You have mentioned we know what the constraints are. We're still fighting with the $100 billion that we already know, a significant portion of it that has been reported as climate finance has been invested in ice cream factories. These are the sort of the issues that we're confronted with. Then, looking at the theme for this dialogue, aligning all financial flows. The first thing that comes to my mind is that we don't have at all a common understanding on what you mean by aligning all financial flows. As per the text of the Paris Agreement, nor as per the text of the Convention, we have an understanding of that on the ways being portrayed, that alignment. The second is that if we take, as part of the conversation that we have been having since the session in June, what we're having is that not only we are basically financing not only for our own adaptation, but also for mitigation for something that we have not caused, but second, that we are financing for what the historical major emitters have done and continue to do. Because we have to say, and we have to admit, that quite a significant number of those historical major emitters, instead of doing, and then I will come back to my friend from Antigua, what net zero is, when you see historical major emitters growing in their fossil fuel exploitation. And it's not one, it's not two. It's a very significant number of historical major emitters. Countries, economies that have largely contributed to something that we island countries have not created, for example. So to be at that level that Avinash is requesting from us requires that first we are sincere and honest with ourselves. So I will leave it at there. I think we will have more time to come back to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Let me now go to Mohammed, and please let us be as concise as possible, as we've been infringing on the time of the next session already. So Mohammed, over to you.
Thank you, Ambassador Tosi, and I just want to, echo a lot of the remarks that were made already by my colleagues. Particularly, Avinash's presentation was very captivating, and I think it narrows down the problem quite clearly. The fact that in order for climate action to be implemented both on the mitigation and adaptation side at the level that is needed to achieve global objectives, there needs to be a change in mentality and actors in the financial sector, and to start actually directing capital towards developing countries to implement climate action. This is not the case. I mean, the numbers have already been provided, but this is empirically, it's not the case. What we call sustainable finance or green finance has been flowing mostly in advanced economies and not in developing economies. But I want to make a distinct point here, and the distinct point here is that the concept of creative destruction, it's dependent on economic growth, and I think that's not part of the discussion here. That the fact that developing countries have the right to experience economic growth. And when we look at the energy, for example, investments in particular, are we taking into consideration that many developing countries today, don't have universal energy access when it comes to providing access to their populations? Are we taking into consideration that demand will increase, that the majority of the population of the world are in these countries? These are discussions that we need to have, because we cannot be looking at developing countries and expecting them to create these, to have a Schumpeterian creative destruction mentality when the support is not coming through, Article 9. And then when you look at the actual investments and flows, they're not actually coming to developing countries. In fact, the reality is a lot of what's considered by some interpretations as progress towards 2.1c, like climate risk disclosures and reporting regimes, they've shined the light on the climate risks in developing countries, the physical risks, and that has led to, according to a recent study, a 1.17% increase in cost and capital in developing countries rather than a decrease. So these approaches, because they're coming from the perspective that's not taking into consideration actual needs, that's not taking into consideration the need to economically develop and grow, that right that developing countries have as well, it's leading to perverse impacts. Unilateral measures are leading to perverse impacts. So there needs to be a shift in the mentality when it comes to this discussion in order to ensure that developing countries can experience economic growth, and at the same time for them to implement the climate action that's needed to achieve global climate objectives. So this is just the distinct point that I wanted to add into the mix.
Thank you, Mohammed. And let me give the floor to one last speaker before we go to our keynote speakers. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Sarah from Germany. Yes. Thanks for all the presentations. I think this was a good start into this workshop today. I just wanted to highlight the point on adaptation. When I started the work on climate finance and working with developing countries to support implementation of climate finance projects, very often when we try to work with countries as well as financial regulators on how to even consider climate as part of their decision-making and policies, very often finance ministries, but also regulators came back with us, and the main point that they were actually able to even consider in their modeling was climate risks. So not even the mitigation, but actually the point of where would assets in the future be in risk of any kind of danger because of a flooding, because of some sort of disasters that might happen. So what we actually found in the beginning, that it was actually easier to implement and support implementation of Article 2.1c in the climate risk sphere rather than in the mitigation sphere. I understand that very often the conversation is a lot about mitigation and stranded assets, but this is the climate risk aspect of it is actually the one that started the kickoff in the finance sector, where I would say the movement has gone towards we need to consider the climate risks that are actually happening and how that needs to lead to a change in the financial decision making. So that on that point, so very much agree, we need to talk about adaptation and where a 2.1c can help the implementation of further adaptation action, but that just as a point, because that came very strongly here on the floor now. In addition to that, very much liked the different examples of where things are moving, looking at, for example, that green hydrogen would come out pretty soon before gray hydrogen prices, really favoring that, renewable options are the way to go in the near future. And very much liked the different inputs. I do think we need to have some sort of further discussions on what we all understand as measures under Article 2.1c, and of course that implementation has to happen in all countries, not just in developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for these comments, and thank you to Ricardo, to Mohammed, Gabi, Pedro, and Diane. And I believe there was a specific question that was addressed to Avinash. So Avinash, please, you can address that question, and then I'll give the floor to Louis, maybe to have his final comments. Over to you, Avinash.
The question was the important question of solutions to meet these gaps. And in the same way that we actually have all the technology we need today in solar and wind and hydro, we do have the solutions that will meet these gaps, these large gaps. And these are not magical solutions, because we're also being offered a lot of magical solutions. So there are three main solutions. The first one, dealing with mitigation and unblocking the private sector flows into mitigation. We need to lower the cost of capital. The space in which we can lower the cost of capital most is by reducing the macro risk, which is primarily through the foreign exchange markets. With the cost of hedging foreign exchange markets reflects these macro risks. And over 30 years of data, it shows that the cost of hedging these macro risks is twice the size of the actual risk. And so a public agency can offer hedging costs that is half the hedging costs, which will still prove to hedge the cost of the foreign exchange, but will reduce the cost of capital enough to mainstream investments into developing countries on mitigation. The private sector cannot do everything. A large amount of what we need to do, especially in adaptation and resilience, does not have the revenues for the private sector to act. The public sector needs to fill that space. The most leverageable space is the multilateral development banks. $1 of capital in the MDBs can lead to $7 of lending. $1 of guarantees by shareholders can lead to $25 of lending. The MDBs, the multilateral development banks, need to be 3 times bigger. The G20 task force said they could be twice as large using their existing capital if they use their callable capital and use portfolio guarantees. So we only need to extend a little bit extra of new capital to expand their lending, but we do need new capital. And the final thing is, because that will need to be done on as lowest cost, longest terms as possible. But as I said before, the developing countries will be using up all of their balance sheets for that adaptation and that resilience and supporting mitigation as well. So there's no space there for loss and damage. That's why we need a loss and damage fund with a capacity to give out $100 billion a year for loss and damage in as grant-like, to facilitate this to be as grant-like as possible. And that's the bit that we need the grants for. We don't need the grants for all of the mitigation and all of the adaptation. We've got it down to the smallest amount, but at the end of the day, there does have to be a resource transfer.
Thank you, Avinash, for some very clear response. Let me now go to Luis for his final comments. Luis, over to you.
In broad agreement, I think we are in broad agreement. There should be no trade-off between addressing climate change and development efforts, growth, poverty reduction, inequality reduction in developing countries. Now, I fully agree with some of the solutions that Avinash proposed. It is all about de-risking the macro. It's all about mitigating macro risks in developing countries. It's all about credit enhancement for developing countries. And this goes with a variety of very well-known financial solutions using the leverage and the balance sheets of public institutions, public global institutions, having better functioning FX markets with fast payments and also a role for a more reduced form of risk-taking in FX markets. It also goes with more grants. It also goes with blended finance. Now, this is going to take an effort, both in terms of global governance. As we know, this is an issue that has to be addressed with the pressure of developing countries upon the existing structures that decide on these risk mitigation techniques, but also I think by mobilizing perhaps also other sources of financing that exists, that includes philanthropies, that includes pressure from civil societies, that includes as well conferences and workshops like this one. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much to you, Luis, especially for waking up so early to join us. And thank you, Avinash. Those two keynote interventions were very rich, very insightful, and I think set us on the good path for rich discussions in the 2 days to follow. So at this stage, let me go to session 1, which will be on the understanding the potential scope, challenges, and opportunities of implementing Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement, and its complementarity with Article 9 at the international level. And for this first session, the moderator will be Eric Usher, and Eric will introduce the panel and will moderate the discussions. Eric, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to try to pick up where this last opening session dropped off or let off. I think a lot of challenges posed and a lot of wider considerations around, I would say, progress and understanding of Article 2.1c. Most of our discussions, I think, now are going to more focus on the private sector, the role of private finance, experience with private finance, but obviously there's important interlinkages, and I hope later to get into the interlinkage with Article 9 if we have time. Now, Article 2.1c was a very important moment in terms of, I mean, everyone, when you look in the Paris Agreement, everybody has their favorite paragraphs, but I think for the private finance community, Article 2.1c was the first time really that the notion of alignment of the financial system, so the role of financial resources was something about the financial system rather than only the need to mobilize financial sources, which Article 9 focuses more on. So we've had a number of years to try to implement it. Governments have been trying to figure out what this means, this notion. It's a much wider mandate. You look at the entire financial system. And I think there's been mixed results, and that's what we're going to hear to talk about today. There were two very important developments coming out of Paris. The most important, I would say, is 2.1c in terms of for the role of the financial sector and the private sector more widely. There was also the establishment of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, the TCFD, and essentially around the notion of, unless you have transparency for a private sector actor, unless you can understand the impacts, the role you are playing, but the impacts on your business of climate risks, be they physical climate risks, transition risks, liability risks, it's very hard to navigate your way forward. And so in 2017, the TCFD put out its recommendations, and then since then, there's been continuous work to try to figure out how do you implement this notion of transparency within private sector activities. And we're going to sort of bring together the tools of disclosure and transparency and alignment and essentially see the experience of where we are today. 2.1c, though, I think really took a step forward in 2019 because that was when, for the first time, there was a real focus on net zero. And it started AOSIS. A number of countries had been promoting it for some time. 2019 was the first time that we actually started to see many governments. And today, ostensibly, 90% of global emissions are covered one way or another by a governmental net zero target. I think we have to acknowledge that that has yet to be embedded within NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, and put into policy and regulation. But at least the framing is there. There's also questions around timelines, 2050, 2060, 2070. But it really starts to take the holistic picture around this notion, essentially, of alignment. Another very important development in 2019 is, for the first time, the private sector not only started to think about alignment of financial systems, but they also started to think about the alignment of their own portfolios. So if you can start to, through TCFD, disclose and understand the impact in terms of climate risks, you can then start to say, well, it's not only about looking at all the scenarios that can happen, 1.5 to well above 3, and the impacts it will have on our financial portfolio, but you can actually start to aim for a specific scenario, and so 1.5 being the most common today. And today on the panel, I'm pleased that we're actually going to have 2 speakers who are involved with 2 of these groups that got established from the private sector focused on alignment. So it started in 2019, but there's been a lot of development since. And finally, the final setup development was in Glasgow. We had the establishment of the ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board. And that was very important for the first time, really, because most corporates in the world, their accounting standard is based on IFRS accounting, and the notion that IFRS was going to establish a specific body to look at impact disclosures starts to bring together, converge all the different types of disclosures that corporates and others in the private sector financiers were asked to start to report on and start to converge. And we have the important development that the TCFD has now been sucked into ISSB, and we're expecting to see other developments like that in terms of convergence over time. So with that, let me dive into who our panel is, who cover many of these aspects of what I've mentioned now. We have Tony Balabriga, who is the Global Head of Sustainability at BBVA, which is a Spanish bank with a very wide global footprint, particularly in Latin America. Sorry, this way. And Tony, so I think you can speak both about the experience within the European context, but also the Latin American context. You're also a member of the steering group of the Net Zero Banking Alliance, which I think you'll make reference to, one of these alignment-focused alliances that have gotten underway in recent years. We have Eric Decker, and Eric serves as the Chief Investment Officer of AXA Group, specifically covering international market countries since 2006. He's also a member of the steering group of the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, and that was actually the first Net Zero Finance Alliance. It was established in 2019. It just had its 4-year anniversary last week in New York. Thirdly, we have Dr. Bing Lang, and he's connected to us online. And Bing Lang was appointed as a member of the International Sustainability Standards Board, the ISSB, in 2022. And he joined from the Chinese Ministry of Finance, where he's responsible for sustainability reporting initiatives. And then finally, we have Caroline Whirl. Caroline is Senior Policy Advisor on Sustainable Finance at the Swiss State Secretariat for International Finance. So with that, if I could start off by asking, maybe we can start with Tony, a few minutes, what's the experience been for you in terms of the notion of alignment? So 2.1C in action.
Thanks, Eric. A great pleasure, get honored to be here. And yeah, I would like to share a little bit how a private a commercial bank is trying to implement this Article 2.1C. And try to embed this into our business as usual. No, so we are a Spanish bank, but 2/3 of our gross income come from emerging economies, Latin America, especially in Turkey. We have a balance sheet of $800 billion to have an idea of the size. We are committed net zero by 2050. Our journey in this idea to align our portfolios, our lending portfolios, with the Paris Agreement start in Katowice when we announced a commitment to develop methodologies to understand better what does it mean for a bank to do that. And then, well, finally, we were one of the founding members of this alliance, the Net Zero Banking Alliance, that was launched in April 2021, where we are now 134 banks, practically 40% of the banking, global total banking asset in the world, committed net zero by 2050 at the latest, no? So I would like to share why we see net zero, and it's so important for us. It's a strategic topic. The role as a bank, and finally some concrete elements of our implementation, how we implement this article at the end in our business activities. No? The first about the why. About the why is obviously is a question not only from risk. We understand that for bank is a big investment opportunity. We will have to invest our world around $275 trillion by 2050. So we need to help the whole economy to transition and to make possible this huge asset allocation, reallocation of capital in the world. So we think that this is a huge opportunity for a financial institution as BBVA. You know? So it's a risk topic, obviously, is a sense of our purpose, but at the end of the day, it's something that it makes sense. And that's a very important one because these help us to mobilize at a larger scale. No? Our role as a bank, we are the middleman. So we depend on the government's policies of our clients' investments. So we can comment a little bit later about the challenges that we have, but I think it's very important to understand that we are those that can help to mobilize that. We are key enabler, but we are not the ones that at the end of the day can lead the journey. No? And then let me share some implementation elements that we are using to make this real. No? The first one is governance and accountability. So we have decided to establish net zero and sustainability at the core of our business strategy. We have a specific area reporting to Chairman and CEO. We have a specific strategic alignment committee, and 15% of our incentives for our top 50 managers are linked to our decarbonization targets, to our net zero targets. So I think this is very important. This is the first, governance. The second one is that we follow the guidelines that we have agreed within the Net Zero Banking Alliance to set intermediate targets by 2030. It's not only enough to say the ambition, we have to set targets, intermediate targets, science-based. We are using the net zero scenario from the IEA, and we are setting targets sector by sector to understand how we can help the transformation of the sector. No? We have a target to reduce intensity emissions in power 52% by 2030, to reduce oil and gas Scope 3 emissions by 30% by 2030. So we have sector by sector specific targets that we want to accomplish. So that's another second key pillar on our implementation. The third one is to embed this ambition and these metrics and these targets into our business as usual, into our processes, into our risk management. So we have developed tools to assess our clients, to understand which is the climate resilience of our clients, not only the current position, but also the CapEx they are going to do, the resilience they will have for certain technological shifts, the regulation that is coming, to understand how our clients score in terms of climate resilience, apart from the credit score. And we are starting to embed these clients, this transition risk indicator in our decision making. No? And this is happening on the onboarding decisions now that we have. So this is something that is not only long-term targets, it's also something that is already embedded now into our risk management. No? The fourth element of implementation is that we need to engage with our clients on the transition plans to understand how we can help them to invest and also to align the whole activities, and not only financial services, but also on advisory services. We have to ensure that in the transition plans, they also take into account other aspects like nature or like just transition. So we are starting to do that. We are engaging with our clients because at the end, they are the ones that will transform the world. We have to help them to do it. So, and then finally, obviously the first pillar is transparency. We have released a 40 CFD report now following the transition plans guidance from G-Funds, which is the alliance of the financial sector that have defined certain aspects to have a credible transition plan. And before to finish, I would say that another key pillar of the implementation is to take the responsibility to be part of this new reshaping of the financial architecture that we need, and taking a key role, a proactive role in initiatives like UNEP-FI, in these alliances, being here, because we understand we have to provide clear signals to all stakeholders to make this systemic change happen. No? So I think the opportunity is there, and the challenges probably we can comment later. Thanks.
Great, thanks very much, Tony. So I think as you explained, 2.1c really is about taking a much more holistic approach across the organization in terms of governance, in terms of policies, and ultimately in terms of financing. Can you, you talked about a number of sectors. If we could take one like power sector, I think you said the target is 52% reduction in emissions by 2030. Can you break that down a little bit? What do you expect to happen to allow you to achieve that sort of goal?
Yeah, we understand, focusing on this sector, what we have decided is to have a metric, which is the intensity of, to produce a kilowatt. And today we have 240 grams per kilowatt produced, our clients. We want to achieve around 110 grams by 2030. So that's the metric that we want to follow year after year. We have established this target 3 years ago. And what we have to do with our clients is to help them, obviously, to invest in renewable energy, to see how we can phase out for certain activities like coal, how to transform their energy mix, no? And that's how it works. So, I mean, it's a question to help the whole bunch. Obviously, we have clients with high intensity, clients with very intensity, but all of them have to have a transition plan. Even those that maybe the starting point is not so good, we have to be there to help them to decarbonize. So I think it's very important to say that. It's not a question to simply exiting from certain activities. Other banks or other financiers will go there, and we are not going to transform the world. So we have to engage with our clients, and even those that have a worse starting point, if they have a credible plan, investment plan, to reduce the emissions, we have to be there financing. So that's how we engage with our clients, providing everyone opportunities, but having this conversation strategically on our business as usual activities, no?
Great, okay, thanks very much, Tony. And I think as you speak, this notion of engagement with clients is that interface where a huge transfer of knowledge needs to occur in terms of helping them achieve this. The Net Zero Banking Alliance, I believe it's about 1/3 of the members are from developing economies, is that right? Something in that order?
Yeah, well, even more, I would say in Europe, particularly we have 50% of the bank, but it's quite global, but obviously we still have some missing regions in the world.
But in terms of developing country representation, it's about 1/3 or something? One third, yeah. Right. Okay, so great. So it's a global participation. Okay, very good. So let's move from the banking sector to the capital markets. And Eric, as I mentioned, the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance was the first of these alliances to be established in 2019. AXA was one of the founding signatories. What is your perspective, and also what do you see as the role from the capital markets investor perspective as compared to, for instance, banking or other actors in the financial system?
Thank you, Eric, for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I hope that I will give some justice to all the work that the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance has done over the past 4 years. We make references to Article 2.1c, which, if we read it, is quite short. It's a line and a half, if I'm not mistaken. But yet, you know, we've been speaking for days, months, years about what, you know, that 2.1c should encompass. And I'll make the link with what the alliance, the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, the AOA for short, the AOA is trying to do, and that is, you know, regarding previous comments on mitigation, adaptation. It is true that our objective for the Banking Alliance, and at least for sure the AOA, and then I'll come back to who the AOA members are, because I think it's really important that you understand who they are in order to understand where the capital flows are really going and why they're going where they're actually going. So the AOA, the members, so we have 86 members in the AOA, mostly Europeans. We are working on the rest of the geographies, but it's mostly a European entity, which is a topic, and we need to address, mostly if we want to make the link with Article 9. That will help that we have internal work within the alliance. So basically, our objective is to decrease our carbon footprint. So when we speak about mitigation or adaptation, we see mitigation as replacing fossil fuel, diminishing GHG, which is the objective that we all have in terms of net zero to 50. And we do, like the bank, at least in our company, also part of our remuneration is linked to our intermediary targets. So we had a 2025 intermediary targets. I think we just announced our 2030 intermediate targets, minus 50%, which is basically the range that everybody has to do. And so part of our remuneration is based on that, and it's mainly mitigation. We need to reduce the carbon footprint of our portfolio, or the carbon intensity, depending on the matrix that we are using, per million invested in one particular company or sector. So all the other topics surrounding GHG emission, nature, biodiversity, we still don't have a concrete target to work on. The only concrete target that we have is GHG decrease over a certain period of time. So we will guide the flow of our reinvestment towards sectors or companies within the sectors in which we believe most in. Basically, you know, we obviously have issues about data, accessing data to make sure that when we invest in a particular company, we have a good GHG footprint information. And then the second element, which is super important, and maybe in terms of policy, something that we kind of are looking forward to have, and that is transition plans. So Anthony mentioned it, it's super important. There are debates whether or not transition plans should be mandatory or not, from what level of turnover a company should have a transition plan. As far as we're concerned, we're buying mostly bonds. Maybe we can come back to that later to see, you know, the challenge that we all have as member of the Alliance. But basically, transition plans, I will just say that we want them to be mandatory. It's super important as the Alliance, because it's a way to make sure that we have data from the industry so that the finance can go in the companies that are making the most efforts and take us the right way. But it's mostly GHG mitigation. It's quite concrete. So if you want to expand and work on 21C so that encompasses more things, may have to work on the wording of 21C.
Great, thank you very much, Eric. So let's go to the disclosure space. And for that, if I could ask Bing Leng to come in, give a bit of an introduction in terms of I think the importance of TCFD and then leading into ISSB. We are expecting very significant uptake because through the IFRS, it is the standard in most countries, most jurisdictions today applied. Bing Leng, can you speak a little bit to how you see that linking to the wider notion of alignment, and what role do disclosures play?
Thank you so much. Eric, thank you. And also thanks to Tony and to Eric. I really agree to what the two shared. I'd like to, as Eric proposed, I'd like to emphasize, to share my personal understanding of the rule of disclosure, both in voluntary and mandatory, and the Article 2.1c. I'm not an expert of climate change. You can figure out my background. I'm with a very strong background of accounting standard citing, so I know something about corporate reporting. So I'm not sure whether the Article 2.1c, this paragraph, indicate the accountability or obligation or responsibility of both jurisdictions and the non-state actors, climate-related, is a part of their accountability. Because when we're talking about when we take a look on the wording of this paragraph, in my understanding, it potentially means not only funding from public sectors and private sectors, but also means to establish a mechanism funding mechanism to lever, maybe driven by limited finance, public finance, to lever huge amount of funds from private sectors. That's the real way to maybe that's the real way to match to satisfy the need mentioned by some of our speakers previously in this morning. So actually that's a very huge system, including not only disclosure standards but also maybe assurance standards, mandatory funding requirements potentially made by certain authorities of the jurisdictions, and using a set of global sustainability disclosure standards in a global consistent way, maybe by the capital markets regulators all over the world. We are a relatively small entity who is citing a set of sustainability related standards. We are working on climate related firstly, but not climate only. That's the rule of IWSB. And in theory, actually, we can see there are 3 steps, as some of the speakers and audience comment just now. Logically, there are 3 steps. Step 1, companies, they invest in climate related or sustainability related and perform their management. It's costly, usually. 2, they got their scores. They are priced by somebody, actually, typically by investors, particularly equity investors and the liability investors like their banks. And step 3, they got reimbursed via various channels like broader availability of capital and less costly financing and more bargaining power with their providers and the customers. That's the real process in real economy. Where we are, where IWSB is, we are in the step 2, because we are not expecting something like professional rating results. It's for investors. It's for investors. So we are aiming at to provide a set of robust inputs to the investment decision making by investors. Investors, they may be professional asset managers because their owners, for example, and the and the AOA members, the asset owners, they are asking for that, and the professional investors, the managers, they are performing that. But anyway, they need robust inputs. To what extent they are supposed to be robust? It's quite simple. To a similar contents of financial statements, means accounting standards and sustainability disclosure standards. And financial statements in accordance accounting standards and the sustainability disclosure in accordance with our standards used together by investors, reporting by the single reporting entity, and to cover the same financial period. That's all what we are doing, and that's why I think the potential linkage between Article 2.1c and what we are doing is 1, accountability, potential accountability. I'm not sure whether it's true, whether I'm correct. The potential accountability of every jurisdiction, particularly the developed countries. They are not only expect to provide funding directly and via MDBs. They are also expect to cite good examples to support the establishment of this global ecosystem, to provide robust inputs to capital providers, to accountability to large companies, because they are the most important players, regardless whether the jurisdictions they are registered in, operated in, or listed in are mandatorily adopting IWSB standards or IWASB assurance standards. But anyway, that may be a part of the accountability. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Great, thank you very much, Ming. I want to bring up a topic that Eric mentioned, which is transition planning. If we want to talk about alignment, it's quite hard to do unless it starts to become industry standard that companies will issue transition plans. We would expect normally voluntarily to start with, but over time we know in some jurisdictions it will become mandatory. In terms of within the initial ISSB standards, where does transition planning sit? Is it clear, or that's more work for the future?
It's very clear. If you have a transition plan, you must publish that. But we are not asking for you should have one. We are not doing that because it's depending on jurisdictions.
Okay, great, thank you. And obviously this relationship between voluntary action from industries leaning in and what eventually may become mandatory in many cases, the interplay is quite important. And I think the
Thank you, Eric.
opportunity.
We are focusing on fair presentation.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Bing. Let's move to Caroline. Now, all of this is looking at different parts of the financial system. From a state perspective, how do you see what's happening in Switzerland and the expectations around delivery on 2.1c?
Many thanks, Eric. So I can give you a quick overview of what we at the Swiss State Secretariat for International Finance have been doing on alignment. So in the last years, we have put a strong focus on transparency, credibility, and comparability when it comes to developing policies and instruments. And I can give you maybe an overview of 6 different aspects we've been working on, especially, some of which have been mentioned already today. So the first aspect is mandatory TCFD disclosures for large firms, so far for firms of more than 500 employees. And this will be put in place on 1st of January 2024, meaning that firms will start disclosing in 2025 for financial year 2024. Our disclosures are based on the concept of double materiality, and transition plans are already made mandatory in our case. And this is from a recognition that without good data, it's very difficult to steer financial flows. And second, we are encouraging many Swiss financial institutions to join net zero alliances, as mentioned by Antoni, especially under the umbrella of GFANS. We see them as great networks of learning and best practice, just to make sure that we have much of the financial sector committed to net zero by 2050. And third, we're also very much involved and supportive of initiatives trying to promote greater comparability and accessibility of climate data. And here I want to mention especially the Net Zero Data Public Utility that is about to launch at COP28. It's really meant to become a global climate data platform for private sector targets and emissions. And I think this will greatly enhance comparability between firms, across jurisdictions, and also over time, which is also required to really assess progress of various firms. Fourth, I also wanted to mention that we, in Switzerland, developed various indicators to allow investors to better assess the climate alignment of their portfolios and also the climate strategy underlying their portfolios. These are the Swiss climate scores that were already launched in June last year. It's about developing a set of decision-useful indicators. So there are 6 of them that are both reflecting the current state, so for example, emissions intensity, exposures to certain high-emitting sectors, but also more forward-looking indicators to better assess the ambition of the portfolio firms. One includes, for example, the global warming potential of your portfolio, so whether your portfolio is essentially 1.5 degrees aligned, 2 degrees aligned, or not aligned at all. So the scores not only do not only allow to support green financing strategies, but they're also very helpful to understand transition finance strategies. So maybe investing in slightly more polluting firms, but having a great engagement strategy to get these firms to align over time. And fifth, I wanted to mention also our work on greenwashing, so really avoiding misleading claims by financial institutions with respect to their financial products, with respect to sustainability. Here, the Swiss Federal Council has formulated a basic a broad position at the end of last year, mentioning that to be considered sustainable, financial products will either have to be aligned with a specific sustainability goal, or they at least have to contribute to it. So just having a financial risk perspective to ESG will not be enough to be able to call your products sustainable, and financial product managers will also have to disclose information about how their strategy, their intended strategy to achieve specific sustainability goals. And sixth and last, I wanted to mention also our efforts to monitor progress of financial institutions more concretely through PACTA tests. So it's all voluntary, but many financial institutions across our financial sectors are willing to participate and upload their portfolio data so that we can assess whether there is really progress made towards alignment. Last, I also wanted to mention that so far, we have already carried out this work for several years, but last June, the Swiss population has also really voted in favor of a climate and innovation law that will really anchor the 2050 net zero law in the net zero target by 2050 into law. And this will also enable us really to take concrete steps to better align financial flows and the financial sector overall to Article 2.1c. And also all companies and all financial institutions will be subject to this 2050 net zero goal. Many thanks.
Great, thanks very much, Caroline. And I think a very nice example here in Switzerland about how 2.1c has been put into action in its many facets. I think one of the challenges that global financiers have is they're operating in many jurisdictions, and they're not all operating at the same pace. I think one of the challenges is how do we get to global standards or global norms, learning from essentially the first movers. If we could shift the conversation now a little bit to what we were hearing in the first session, which is more relevant, I guess, to paragraph 9, Article 9, on the notion of financial flows in developing countries and how to foster and support, and what role for the private sector in doing that. If I could come back, Tony, once again to your example, that if you're going to reduce emissions 52% in the power sector, and you're very present in countries like Turkey and in Latin America, what does this mean, and what are the barriers to doing? I assume this means a lot of financing for renewables. Is it smooth flowing, or are there specific challenges for why that is going to be hard to meet?
Yeah, I know. I will cover the huge challenge of emerging economies, absolutely. But let me share some of the challenges that on this journey, to align our lending portfolios. The first, I would like to say two clear messages. One is that, as I said before, we have to help the whole economy to transition. Corporate institutions, SMEs, households, even those sectors difficult to abate. This is the only way to succeed. So that's important. It's not about how we reduce our finance emissions as a bank. It's how we help or how we finance the emission reductions from our clients. So this is the approach that we have, And second, a very important message is about we asking financial flows to be consistent with the Paris Agreement goals, but this will only happen if it makes economic sense. So we need practically 80% of the financing has to come from private sector. It's a huge amount of money. It won't flow unless it has economic sense. So we have to create the conditions to make it happen, And then I will go to the emerging economies. But obviously the first condition is all related to sustainable finance regulation. And we see very positively all the efforts done in Europe, in certain countries like Switzerland, developing taxonomies, disclosure, the work done by the ISSB also in Europe. about reporting standards, also banking supervision. All these are helping, obviously, a lot to create the right framework to mobilize that. But it's not enough. I mean, we have to do more. We will ask two additional points. One is about public policies, and we need from governments, especially for developed countries, obviously, more certainty about the policies they have, with right ambition, but also with short-term plans at sector level, with the right incentives to mobilize the change that we need. Technology is there. Technology can help us to make the change, but we need to have incentives. We have to phase out, subsidize, to provoke the right change. And technologies, we have technologies maybe we have to deploy at a larger scale, like renewable energy efficiency, and we have to get faster permitting and so on. But then there are also technologies that have to be developed and that we have to create incentives to promote the investment in those difficult sectors to abate. And also we have to invest, obviously, in research for new technologies in the future. So we have to create the right framework, and the ambition of developed countries especially have to be translated into NDCs and plans, sector level, that can mobilize the change now. It's the only way to get our clients and society to take investment decisions, and we as financiers, we will go to be there. The money is ready to go, but we need clear signals from governments and clients to make it happen. And then that leads to the third element, the third challenge that we have is in emerging economies. As I said, we are 2/3 of our gross income come from emerging economies. And yes, we see that what was coming in the previous panel session, that we need to scale up, we need to attract, create the conditions for the private capital to enter into those markets more deeply. And obviously, we need more ambition in those famous 100 billion that are going to be delivered at least, it seems, this year, but we need more. We need more blended mechanism, de-risking, as was mentioned. A lot of expectations about the World Bank reform that will be announced in a few days. But also, we see quite positively the innovative mechanisms that are being implemented now, like the country platforms, the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, or the CFLI promoted by Bloomberg, that focusing on a specific country, we can get all stakeholders there to mobilize, focus on key areas and mobilize private financing. So this type of experiences we think that are very positive. But obviously, at the end of the day, we need more support from developed countries. Otherwise, we are not going to have the economic sense to invest, although the money is there. So I will insist on that message, and then we can come back. But that's what we see. We need more support.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Tony. I would like to go, Eric, you had mentioned the bond market. We're talking about international financial architecture reform at the World Bank and other MDBs. I see Nancy from EIB in the front row here today, and obviously the relationship between public and private finance is very important. AXA, as an investor, I assume green bonds is one part of your strategy. Can you talk a little bit about your experience and also specifically green bonds in multilaterals? Is that a big part of your exposure today?
I hope it's not a yes or no question. I think all of this is working. I want to call it work in progress. Green bonds for sure, but mostly from issuers of the developed market. So I'll make a comment on what we do in the developed market, and then how to make the link with Article 9 or the emerging economies or the developing economies. So just a word on the AOA, because I think that there is a lot of expectation about private capital flows. So there is a lot of money. I mean, if you look at the main asset owners around the world, and you just look at the AUM, and you sum everything up, it's a tremendous amount of money, and we all have every year to invest tens, hundreds of billions. So how, we need to understand how come we say we're short on financing the transition, that we don't have money for the emerging economies, and yet when you sum all the money, there is a lot of it. So just for the AOA, I think it's super important, because otherwise there is frustration as to, I just don't understand how come money is not going to the emerging economies. So in the AOA, at least, we have 3 different types of animals, if I may say. We have pension funds, we have insurance companies, and we have reinsurance companies. So these 3 businesses have different objectives. Pension funds invest over a very long period of time, but it's the money of the pensioners that they need to pay out, every month. Insurance companies, what we invest is money that we have set aside when you pay your premium on an insurance for your car or your house. So we put that money aside, right? In case there are claims. Insurance companies do pay the claims when they have claims. So the money needs to be available, and we can't really take too much risk, or we have to be very careful as to our expectation on our cash flows. And then within the insurance companies, you have life companies and P&C companies. So they have different businesses, different obligation, different duration or maturities over which we need to invest. So when you put all of that together, reinsurance companies, I haven't mentioned that, they're short term, right? Because they reinsure contracts, who knows when they'll have, global claims that they have to pay into. So they just cannot invest into a 20-year project in emerging economies. So when you start looking at who is who and who is doing what, suddenly the AUM starts, coming down. And I'm not even speaking about capital requirement or internal, risk framework, which also limits what one can do in the various geographies or investing in different types of sectors or projects. So I think it's super important because then it allows us to really focus on what we actually doing. So coming back to the green bonds, sorry about this kind of sideways there. But green bonds, super important because at least we know that we invest in basically the issuer is going to use that cash for some kind of green-related projects. So there is a framework, ICMA. There are, annual reports, and that's kind of what I say is the equivalent to the transition plans. That's why I'm hot on transition plans also, because as an investor, you have at least a board view of what the company wants to do over a long period of time. So anyway, so I'll keep on pushing. I know voluntary versus mandatory, but I'll keep on pushing transition plans. And then, so green bonds in developed companies, even though they're all international in the end, but let's say in developed markets. So this is definitely part of our investment strategy, just like SLBs, so sustainability linked bonds. So basically a bond for which the coupon could be linked to the realization of a particular KPI in the future, like decarbonization. So you have, coupon that could increase or coupon that could decrease, depending on how well the company is moving towards its target. And then green bonds in emerging economies, we don't have much. I have to say, as an investor, this is something that we are looking at doing more of, and basically the alternative is either doing green for whomever is issuing green, maybe governments, and then obviously what we're doing at project level for infrastructure-related type of projects. So for us, when you do an infrastructure project, which is a green infrastructure project, and you have MDBs participating, so I'm still saying, and I agree, that in the end we'll do only things that make economic sense, and part of the equation of economic sense is obviously the participation of MDBs under some kind of format. So we have vehicles that are structured, and then investors can take different piece of that structure is super important. So we need to encourage that, and I'll stop there.
Great, thanks very much, Eric. I think some numbers say that 90% of financing in developing countries is intermediated through banking. So certainly one of the roles you also have is your ownership of banks and what they're doing and to get capital into these more challenging jurisdictions. Okay, we have a little bit of time to open the floor, so if there's any questions, if people can put their hand up. I see one up here. Please go ahead, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mohammed from Saudi Arabia. First, thank you to all the panelists for their ideas and for colleague from the ISSB online. I just want to start to say that, I think it was a good selection of different speakers, so really appreciate to hear your views, and thank you for being here to discuss that with us today. I just want to outline some thoughts, and I want to get, if it's okay, thoughts from the panelists on it. If we think about the problem as developing countries, or globally, there's a need for increased investments to enable climate action, and this is more pervasive in developing countries. There's a need for more finance to go there. If we frame the context as that's the problem, I'm observing that there may be potentially an incongruence between how currently that's approached with what is needed to actually drive down emissions and increase climate resilience globally. And this is because if you're if you're a bank or you're an asset manager and you're operating in multiple jurisdictions, you're investing globally, and you have regulations, for example, in one of the jurisdictions that are very stringent, then you need to align with that regulation, and so you're you're incentivized to apply the most stringent regulation in one jurisdiction and have that perspective for the rest of the jurisdictions that you're looking at. So, for example, if you have requirements for reporting or disclosing on your portfolio that includes scope 1, 2, and 3, in one jurisdiction, and you're trying to invest in, let's say, a developing economy that doesn't have that level of stringency for a variety of reasons, then you apply that level of stringency there. And this includes timelines, so net zero by 2050 is something that we see in the alliances, for example, but it's, developing economies have different time frames, and that's some by 2060, some by 2070. That's based on capabilities, and this has the risk of alienating, developing economies and reducing investments towards there. So it might have a negative impact on what I define as, in the context of the problem that we have. And that applies also to looking for high-performance companies. So if you're investing in high-performance companies because you want your portfolio to be high-performing, there's also some type of incongruence of what is needed. So it makes more sense to actually, just logically, I'm not saying from a financial perspective or economic perspective, I'm saying logically it makes more sense to actually direct finance to companies that are not doing well so that they start doing well, rather than rewarding the ones that are doing well. So that's the second element.
Okay, please, we have to have time for others as well. So sure. If you could sum up.
Okay, summing up, just a final point on, I think that there's a tremendous focus on investor needs, what the investors need. And maybe it's time to think about what are the investment needs and try to shift that mentality. So these are areas that I thought of in the discussion. I want to hear thoughts on your end, and I thank you again.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to take a couple questions and then come back to the panel. I had the second question here. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Sandra Guzman from the Climate Finance Group for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you so much for the opportunity to express a couple of questions. 2.1c talks about making financial flows consistent with a low greenhouse gases and climate resilient development. And one of the biggest gaps that we have so far is precisely financial flows dedicated to adaptation and, well, now related to loss and damage. So my two quick questions are, how are your institutions responding to close this gap? And colleagues were mentioning that there is a lot of money. It's not a problem of money. But I would like to ask, what type of money do you see to closing this gap? Particularly, what type of money to invest in adaptation measures without intensifying debt in developing countries? So I would like to hear your proposals or the ideas that you have to close this gap in order to comply with 2.1c. because as Avanish mentioned, loss and damage and adaptation may not be revenue creators. So in that sense, what would be your proposals? Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm going to summarize these questions. I'm going to take one more here, and then we'll go to the panel. Please.
Thanks a lot. So I think one thing is just a general question on the modality of the dialogue. It kind of seemed like it was actually a discussion amongst the panel as opposed to a discussion amongst the different stakeholders, but I think, you know, we can probably have a different discussion on that. I think moving away as well from a state-centric framing to a broader kind of discussion of where the wealth is and where the ownership of the wealth is, and also the application of standards in the context of equity. And so it would be good to hear the panelists' view on that, especially if we're talking about flows going into the developing countries. So just to highlight that and a question on that. A question as well on...
Sorry, could you further develop that a little bit?
Sorry?
Could you further develop that, just to understand that when you're saying that notions of equity in terms of financial flows, is that the question?
Yeah. No, so it's essentially linked to all of these discussions on the context of where, so the ownership, right, primarily of the assets, where they are and where they're domiciled, are primarily in places that are not the developing countries or emerging economies. So understanding the context of climate and the broader sense of climate being this sort of correcting this externality, right? This discussion on welfare, etc. You know, the framing of it seems to be a bit, and the framing that I've here, it seems to ignore that and ignore that context. And so it's basically the context of, as simply put, profiting off of the problem, right? And then how do we address that and ensure that that does not happen in the context of these sort of financial flows? So I hope that kind of provided a bit more detail. Then another quick question on addressing the already ingrained moral hazards in the context of financial systems, especially the more general context of bailout culture. In those institutions already, you know, how do we also address that? Because I did hear a lot of discussions on we need more incentives for our financial systems, etc. Incentives is another word for kind of subsidized support from governments. And so there's already this parallel discussion being discussed in the context of public flows going to developing countries. However, as well, we need public flows to also go to huge wealthy seats of accumulated wealth. And so I guess how do we reconcile that where we have a finite amount of resources from that perspective? There was a lot. I know we have the breakout session as well, but I want to leave with kind of one sort of thought and question on, we want states to mandatorily implement climate action and mandatorily implement as well reporting on in an equitable way. But is it okay, because a lot of the discussions that we're having in the context of giving voluntary mandates to the private sector, we're like, let's not scare off the private sector. Let's, you know, ease them into it. I guess on the discussion on parity, you know, is that going to get us to an incremental action in the context of the private sector, or is it going to get us to transformational action in relation to the private sector? And I think that's a huge question that I think we need to have a reckon with, because we can't see this problem like other financial problems that we've had in the past. And so if we're asking for transformational action and change in the context of especially developing countries, but just countries and governments at large, how are we also going to then try and baby the transformation in the context of financial institutions, intermediaries, to say, oh, we'll just do it voluntarily for now? Does that equate with the ambition of 1.5, all of these different things in the context of the Paris Agreement? Many other questions as well, but I'll hand it over to you. Thanks a lot, Eric.
Okay, well, thank you very much. One final one, please.
Yes, thank you for giving me the floor. And I will make a concise question. And I expect concise answers just to clarify and to contextualize. Which will be for you incentives that states or governments from developed countries could take, new incentives, or how need to be enhanced the incentives that are already in place, so finance flow for your sector can flow to developing countries especially for, of course, we have mitigation, but especially for adaptation, and if that's possible. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So let me try to summarize, and I'm going to come to the panel, and unfortunately this is going to be our closing round. How to deal with multi-jurisdictions for companies who deal across many jurisdictions. How do you deal with, and is it the most restrictive one that sets the bar, or is it the looser one? And how do we navigate within a world that it's not a global set of policies, regulations? The reality is it's many jurisdictions. How do we deal with adaptation finance, which is way behind, and loss and damage? And I think if we think about the loss and damage fund, which is being negotiated now, is there a role for the private sector in helping countries address climate losses and to build resilience? The third one, you talk about equity. My understanding would be, an example would be just transition. What happens when investments create a dislocation between workforces, and what is the responsibility of the investors towards dealing with that? Some in the workforce are going to be losing jobs, others are going to be gaining jobs, and what does that mean for the role of the financiers, if that's a correct interpretation? And then the final one, I think it comes back to the question on what sort of, you said incentives or public-private is needed in the areas of adaptations. I think it comes back around to blended finance. But could I open it up? If anyone would like to take some of those questions. Tony, do you want to start?
Okay, I can start. No, thanks for the questions, and more than happy to follow the conversation, the coffee break. Well, for the first one about the balanced ambition that we have, obviously considering the starting point of the different countries, that's something that was very relevant for us when we had to take a decision of the ambition that we would like to have. No, we are, as I said, present in some countries that are not committed to 2050. They are committed beyond or after. Turkey just joined the Paris Agreement just last year. So you can imagine that when we say we want to become 2050, it's quite challenging because it's a question of intentionality, because we are financing the whole economy. So that's how we say it, but we understand obviously the specificities of the market. Following the example that we commented before with the power or other industries like cement, real estate, or other sectors that we have targets, we take into account obviously the starting point of each country, but we have our global ambition is 2050, no? So that's how it works. But that's something that it has been creating quite complexity in the financial institutions to see which is the right ambition, considering the main activities of the institution. No? Regarding adaptation, well, the reality is that we are not there yet. I mean, the adaptation business case in adaptation, it's for the private sector is quite difficult. This is a learning process. We have been working in some specific activities. Maybe the most important one is in water resilience. So we have some products like a water footprint loan, which is a loan that we incentivize our clients with better prices if they reduce the water usage in their activities and efficiency. So we start to see other ways to see how to manage adaptation and resilience, but that is still a learning process. But that's where we have to go. The third idea is about this idea of equity. Well, we have come in a lot of incentives, but the incentives is not for the financial sector. Let's say that we are asking incentives for companies in general to make the transition and to help to invest in those technologies that are difficult at this moment, and we have to create demand. We need rationalize the subsidies. So we are talking about incentives to our clients, to society, to create the behavioral change that we need. That's it is. It's not asking incentives for the financial sector. We don't need incentives for the. We need incentives for the clients and society to take the decisions. No. So that's very important. And finally, the last point is about which could be the best ask to provide more financing, private financing to emerging economies. I would say that this idea of the risking, and I have to choose only one, I would say guarantees. Guarantees at a scale instead of lending, even instead of, because that can mobilize and have a greater multiplier effect on the private financing flows going to the emerging economy. So guarantees at another scale, that will be my ask. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Tony. Caroline, would you like to speak, including the issue of voluntary versus mandatory?
Yes, sure. So I wanted also to address a point with respect to different jurisdictional requirements. I think it's a great point that you made that there might be sort of pressure to adopt the most stringent standards or mandates. I also wanted to mention that it's not only about stringency, it's about every jurisdiction taking maybe a slightly different approach and slightly different definitions, which will make it very difficult for many companies to actually implement those. We see a risk really of fragmentation across jurisdictions when it comes to disclosure standards, but also taxonomies. And I think this is also why Switzerland chose this approach, maybe not to develop a sort of homegrown standards, but actually to try as much as we can to stick to well-established international initiatives and to support us also initiatives that are working towards really creating global consistency and global comparability, because this is essentially what everybody wants, right? Do you want to have disclosures that are in the end as comparable as they can so that they can be really decision useful for anybody? And then on the voluntary versus mandatory, I just wanted to mention that probably a combination of both always is the best way forward. So you still need to have maybe to have an approach towards mandating disclosures, especially towards those firms that have the greatest capacity to do so. So probably a sort of proportional approach would still be needed, differentiating by firm size, for instance. But on the other hand, voluntary approach is also good to kind of support already ambitious firms to be even more ambitious. So for example, this is what we're doing with the Swiss climate scores. It's optional, but in the end, it's also in the interest of many firms to be more ambitious and to showcase what they're doing. And we also hope that all these efforts, also with respect to climate data, will also create these virtual spirals in the end, because as an ambitious firm, you'll have an interest in disclosing that you're ambitious, and actually not disclosing will also send a big signal to the broader public with respect to your ambition.
Okay, great. Thanks, Caroline. Bing, if I could come to you, ISSB is very global, but of course the needs of different regions varies a lot. Could you talk a little bit to, including the topic of capacity development, of what you're planning to do, and also how you see uptake occurring, because in the end, ISSB standards like IFRS become mandated within local jurisdictions, but there's a process of uptake locally. So essentially, once again, it starts voluntary, but over time there's expectation often that it'll go mandatory. Can you talk a little bit about what you're expecting in that area?
Eric, thank you so much. You raised a very good question. In my actually, to adopt the adoption of the IWSB standards is a journey. We need to start this journey as soon as possible, and we are doing some awareness raising and capacity building, and we are also going to provide more educational materials and guidance very soon. So that's what we're doing in capacity building, and also we are establishing a common language of global common language of sustainability disclosure by a way we call it global baseline plus building block approach. Means for some local regulatory and the legal requirement, and for a broader scope of multi-stakeholders, the jurisdiction, certain authorities, they can establish their own building block based on the IWSB standards as a global baseline. So that's the real meaning of global baseline and the building block approach. That's the response to what you ask. Also, I'd like to share very shortly a sort of a voluntary and mandatory of myself. Voluntary use of high quality standards like IWSB standards means comparability, assurability, and enforceability. That means you are reporting in accordance with a set of standards, be subject to independent assurance, and be subject to any potential enforcement actions with economic consequence or effects. That's really important to keep it robust as an input, as one of the inputs to investment decision makers, to investors. That's what's the difference between mandatory use and voluntary use. But also, I do believe voluntary use is also very helpful to push jurisdictions towards eventually regulatory mandatory adoption, mandatory use. As you know, Sarah Bloom-Ruskin and I, we co-chaired we are co-chairing a integrated matters implementation consultation under the leadership of UNFCCC. We are encouraging more and more large companies to work on it. A couple of points I'd like to point. One, SMEs. To get SMEs involved in provide inputs, data to their co-entities may be a better solution rather than to put more compliance and reporting responsibility on the shoulders of them. Two, just the transition. That's why we call ourselves, at WSB call ourselves climate related, but not climate only, because you will find something we call climate adjacent or climate pixels. Actually, there seems like some social and other environment. Actually, it's not climate, but I think that many of them falls in the scope of just a transition. So we need to keep an eye on that. And the last point is digital consumption of data of sustainability. That's extremely important.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much, Bing. So now I'm going to go for the last word to Eric. AXA, you're by some measures actually the largest insurer in the world. You're one of the largest investors, and you are voluntarily very much leaning into the space amongst others, which today it accounts for asset owner alliance. What is it, about 7 to 8% of global assets within the capital markets? So it's not nothing. It's not mainstream yet, but there's a lot of progress happening, and there are others in the room. I see Steve Wavegood from Aviva and other leaders in the space who have been working at this for some time. It's interesting, the notion that net zero by 2050, essentially what you're aiming to do is meets essentially what governments, what parties are aiming to do. And as some would say, why are you doing it? Shouldn't you wait for governments to put the appropriate frameworks in place? How do you respond to that as a closing comment?
Thank you for this last question. I think we need to, 250 may seem far, but in fact it's not that far. And mostly if you think about, again, the asset allocation of most of the asset owners, we invest in we are fixed income investors. So we buy 10 to 20 for government type of bonds, 30, 40-year bonds. So 2023 to go to 250 is like 25 years, right? We'll be able to turn our portfolio like a couple of times. So we cannot afford making too many mistakes if we want to beat net zero to 50, because 250 minus like 10 or 15 years is like 2030, 2035. So when all of our bonds are going to come to maturity and we need to reinvest, we'll have to reinvest in projects that are aligned to 50, or companies that will be aligned to 50, or governments that will be aligned to 50, and which will have demonstrated between now and 2035 that they are on the right pathways. I think this is the challenge. So 250 is not that far for institutional investors. And that's what I wanted. So that's kind of the answer. What I wanted to say, if I may, on the previous round of questions, is on 21C. I think there was a lot of question on adaptation. I think it's super important for all of you to at least know or recognize that at this particular stage, asset owners have one objective, quantitative objective, which is to reduce the CO2 emission of their portfolio, from their portfolio, or carbon intensity, whichever the matrix may be. It's not, so it's really on mitigation. That's kind of what I had mentioned earlier in my opening words.
not on adaptation. We try to bring co-benefits in our pathways to net zero, but there is a super important quantitative objective, which is to decarbonize the real economy. And we want to build a story around decarbonizing that is, just transition, and it's making sure that, all the population is still involved, going to net zero. And there is no excess profit by working with MDBs, to build up some kind of vehicles, to invest in third party. The idea is we need MDBs just to have some kind of equilibrium of returns between different tranches within a same vehicle. So it's this equilibrium that we are trying to achieve at scale because we don't have it today. Asset owners' investment in emerging economies is really low. So we need to build the capacity, build the skills. It's not that we don't want to, it's just that we don't do much of because there is not enough actors on the fields.
Great. Thank you very much, Eric. This could go on for a while. I think there are many more questions in the audience, but unfortunately, we have to move on to the next session. Big thank you to Tony, to Caroline, to Eric, and to Bing online, and looking forward to the future, the rest of the day's discussions.
Thank you to Eric and the panel for some very insightful conversation. At this stage, we will take a break. The break will only be 10 minutes, as we are running a little bit late. So friends, colleagues, time to get some coffee and to stretch out a little bit. See you in 10 minutes for the next panel.
Hello, Kelvin. Hello, Kelvin. This is Hesse from UNFCCC. Can you hear me?
Good. Yes, sir. Good. I don't know what time it is there, no, but good afternoon here. Good evening.
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. So we are going to use this short break for the testing. Now I can see your audio and video works very well. Yeah, the connection from your side is also good.
Yesu,
Good.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so we can do a quick testing now. We just want to make sure that we can hear Kelvin in the room. So Kelvin, sorry, we can actually see you. That's good. Can you talk a little bit so that we can check the audio?
Oh yeah, sure. Hi. Good afternoon or good evening. Sorry.
Is it okay?
Where I am, it's just like 6 o'clock. Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, just give me 1 second. Let me just check with our colleagues here. All good, right? Okay, can you keep on talking? Sorry, Kelvin. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, sure. Not a problem. Good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Sorry, what time is it there? Is it morning, I'm guessing?
Okay.
No. It's actually 11:43, so it's almost
AM.
Yes.
AM.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
Almost lunchtime. Oh,
And then, Kelvin, just give me
Yes,
1
yes.
second.
I think from virtual space, we can see you and hear you very well, Kelvin.
Great. Good.
Yeah,
That's
and
good to know.
as
So
you,
these were all set.
and as you may see from the session 1, we will start from the panel discussions, and we'll have a Q&A session. So it'd be great if you can stay until the end.
Yes,
Hello?
yes. I will.
Yeah.
I will try to. Yes, I
Yeah.
Test. Test.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. We are about to get started. And wonderful, Kelvin, to have you online here with us. So let me maybe just give it 1 minute so people can take their seats, and then we'll get started. Okay, I think I'll just get started in the interest of time. So welcome to everyone again. It's a real pleasure being here with you today. And I've already had very rich discussions this morning. And we're going to continue this here. And it's my real pleasure to welcome you to this session on the landscape of policies and regulations that are critical to the implementation of Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. Many thanks to the UNFCCC and Switzerland for hosting this session today. Just for way of introduction, my name is Barbara Buchner. I am the Global Managing Director of an organization that is called Climate Policy Initiative. And one of the things that is really important to my organization and where we have been active for more than a decade is the integrity and accountability of climate action, really tracking and assessing global climate finance flows in very much detail. And many of you might know our global landscape of climate finance that tries to provide the information for you and others to really make informed decisions. And I'm very excited to announce that in a few weeks we'll be releasing our newest publication with 2021 and 2022 global climate finance data, so that hopefully again will help advance the discussions in fora like this. And we have limited time today, and we are going to be a very effective panel, as our time has been cut by 33%. So we will still finish by 1 p.m., but it will be more of a scene-setting session on where we really try to give you an overview of what is going on, and there will be follow-up breakout groups and like additional panels in the afternoon, where hopefully we can go deeper into some of these details. Just very briefly, by way of introduction of my fantastic panel that I have here, we have online with us Attorney Kelvin Lester Key Lee, who is a commissioner of the Securities and Exchange Commission of the Philippines. He has responsibility over capital markets and securities regulation, but also around sustainable finance and more. And he is also active as board members in various functions of the Asian, such as the Asian Taxonomy Board, very important work there, and also the Asian Capital Market Forum. To my right-hand side, and then that does not need a lot of introduction, Nick Robbins, who is the professor in practice in sustainable finance of the Grantham Research Institute of the London School of Economics. And Nick, obviously, since many years leads sustainable finance research, now at LSE, and it would be fantastic to hear a little bit more about your work and how you can help us advance discussions on this topic. And on my very left here, again, another colleague and friend since years, Raphael Jachnik, who leads the Finance for Climate Action team within the OECD Environment Directorate. Obviously, it's extremely important work that is happening in Raphael's team around assessing and analyzing the alignment of finance with climate policy goals, including through very close collaborations, both with the Directorate for Financial Affairs and the Directorate for Development Cooperation. And also important, as this is like informing a lot of the discussions here, Raphael has contributed the Finance and Investment chapter of the most recent IPCC's assessment report on mitigation of climate change. So a very strong panel here. Just before I'm going to hand it over to my panelists, let me very briefly try to set the scene here. And I think what the discussions earlier today have shown already is that a just and equitable implementation of Article 2.c requires really multi-level engagement across the financial value chain, using the best-in-class tools with transparent and granular reporting to really meet the Paris goals of both the low-carbon but also climate-resilient development. And I think, again, what the discussions before have shown you is that implementation is complex. There is no definition or standard definition of what accounts for alignment. But just to get us started, I think I'd like to share a few of the key components from CPI's, my organization's view of what is critical to the implementation of Article 2.1c. And I'd like to share 5 very brief ones, and then I'll get started on the discussions here. I think the first point, and I already alluded to that, is it will require action and understanding of how finance flows across the financial value chain, really from the financial markets through the real, to the real economy. And this is important because we really want to understand what is the impact, what's the difference that finance those instead of just looking at how there is a simple change of hands. The second element that I think is very important to the implementation of 2.1c is this multi-level engagement from financial actors across different governance levels. And again, we have heard several perspectives already earlier today. And I think I want to highlight here 3 governance levels. One, obviously global, the second national, and the third, very important one, a financial institution level. So 3 governance levels. The third element, and I alluded to that one as well, I think it will require best-in-class, comparable and consistent assessment tools, such as taxonomies, such as transition planning frameworks, such as scenarios analysis, and how this is really tied to the Paris goals. Fourth component, it will require transparent, granular, and accountable reporting from different channels. And here, obviously, there is the national communications, there is climate-related disclosures, but there is also additional private data and that we will need in order to actively and effectively aggregate all these types of data and help us measure progress against the goals that we have. And then just final, I think it goes without saying, but it does require ambitious target setting and effective implementation to really see the real economy impact. And just a preview of some work that we're about to release at CPI, in addition to the landscape that we will be, of climate finance that we will be releasing, we will also be releasing an update of our net zero finance tracker that really shows you not only the investments, but also the goals of financial institutions and how they translate into action on the ground. And a preview, unfortunately, is that while we can see a lot, what we've heard earlier, a lot of the framing, a lot of initial adoptions of net zero targets, I think what we can see is that there's still a pretty big lag in effectively translating those targets into action on the ground. But we'll hear more details on these several components here. And without further ado, let me just get started now and giving the floor to Kelvin to really start us off with an overview of these issues from a national perspective from the Philippines. So, Kelvin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Barbara. I hope everyone can hear me. I do apologize for not being there physically. It turns out it's too far away from the Philippines. So anyway, good evening, everyone. It's a real honor for me to be able, professionally and personally, to be part of the second workshop under the Sharm el Sheikh dialogue to advance the understanding of the scope of Article 2.1c. It's a very distinct privilege to discuss and present the Philippine experience and perspective today. I believe I have slides. I just want to make sure that the slides are there. But anyway, my point, one major point that you will hear from me consistently when I speak on this topic is that the Philippines is highly vulnerable to natural disasters due to our geography. We were actually in the typhoon zone. We get hit by multiple different natural disasters every year, to the point that we're actually working on creating a climate disaster, a natural disaster department, a ministry that's in charge of just dealing with the effects of disasters in the Philippines. As a result of this, sustainability is very important to the country's main national policies. Now, next slide, please. Now, just to set the standard a little bit, not just for the Philippines, but for ASEAN as a whole, since I sit on multiple ASEAN boards and multiple ASEAN working groups on sustainable finance and capital market development. In a study by AMRO, the estimated economic growth for the ASEAN region will be 4.9% for 2023, 5.2% in 2024. In a recent report by the World Bank, and I hope you'll allow me to tout the Philippines a little, and the World Bank forecasted the Philippines to post the quickest growth among the different developing countries in East Asia and the Pacific region in 2023. And we currently lead our regional counterparts as we maintain that 5.6% growth rate. Contrast that to something like Vietnam, which has a 4.7 growth rate estimated. But anyway, with the rapid growth of ASEAN countries, there's also a need to cope with the different infrastructure needs related to a shift to renewable energy. And that's some of the things that you see now in relation to the climate financing gap that I'm emphasizing here in this particular slide. The Asian Development Bank has already identified that there are infrastructure investment needs in the ASEAN region amounting to $210 billion US dollars by 2030. The International Renewable Energy Agency also identified that there are renewable energy needs in the region amounting to roughly 290 billion USD by 2025. And as I mentioned, that the Philippines is a very vulnerable region to different natural disasters. The IMF has also likewise found the same for the Southeast Asian region. It's one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change, and different impacts such as droughts, floods, typhoons, sea level rise, among other things. Now, as one of the fastest growing economies in the world, well, at least according to the US SEC, we're not the ones saying that, but the US SEC is saying that the Philippines, like its ASEAN counterparts, it's not immune to the first-hand effects of climate change. We are faced with the dilemma of balancing economic development and environmental preservation as well. Notwithstanding this, the pursuit of sustainability doesn't have to come at the expense of economic progress. The two can go hand in hand, and this is where sustainable finance, climate finance comes in. Through a combination of regulation or policy work, collaboration with different international organizations, multilateral agencies, capacity building, we are hopefully moving to demobilize finance into sustainable activities, which cut across the different sector needs. And next slide. And so to answer one of the guiding questions that was mentioned during our panel preparation, for instance, what are the current policies, regulations, approaches to implementing Article 2.1 of the Paris Agreement? Here in the Philippines, we have a strong commitment to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And so we have developed something called the Sustainable Finance Roadmap. It sets out a different strategic action plan, the whole of government approach to facilitate the mainstreaming of sustainable finance. And in line with that general roadmap, the SEC has been actively involved, SEC Philippines, just to make that clear, we have been very actively involved in the domestic and regional development of the different sustainable finance frameworks. Since 2017, the SEC Philippines has issued multiple guidelines on sustainable finance, namely the SEC guidelines on the issuance of blue-green bonds. By the way, these are largely based on the ICMA principles. So the SEC guidance on the issuance of green bonds, the guidelines on the issuance of social bonds, the sustainable bonds, and the sustainability-linked bonds. And just recently, we just announced last week the SEC guidelines on blue bonds, on eligible BRUT projects and activities. Now, in terms of disclosures, the SEC has issued the sustainability reporting guidelines for publicly listed companies in 2019. These are built on the 4 globally accepted frameworks at the time, which includes the Global Reporting Initiative. And it's supposed to help publicly listed companies assess and manage their different non-financial performance across the different ESG aspects of the organization. Then, as a representative of the ASEAN Capital Market Forum, the Working Committee on Capital Market Development, co-chaired a Sustainable Finance Working Group and the Working Committee on Capital Market Development Joint Sustainable Finance Working Group, we've been very, very involved. The Philippines has been very, very involved in the regional sustainability agenda. And to promote the different local standards. Our different local standards have actually been aligned and specifically references the UN SDGs, the ICMA Green Bond Principles, the ASEAN Green, Social, and Sustainable Bond Standards, and other globally acceptable and accepted ESG or sustainability principles. I'd also like to point out that we are creating now with the Philippines Financial Sector Forum, which is like a little aggregation of the different financial regulators in the Philippines, includes our central bank and our insurance commission, the first draft of the Philippine taxonomy for sustainable finance. It's supposed to provide clarity and clearly communicate the national government's priorities and to set standards in relation to this. And we're also looking at it similar to how we deal with the ASEAN taxonomy. So the Philippine taxonomy, like the ASEAN taxonomy, which is on version 2, is supposed to employ a phased approach from a qualitative, principle-based framework towards a metric system. So it's supposed to utilize threshold. And there will be even more specific screening criteria in different iterations of both the taxonomy, the Philippine taxonomy, and the ASEAN taxonomy. Room for growth, which I will touch upon in a moment. But admittedly, these kind of policies, so the many policies will financial regulator like myself usually has intended and unintended consequences, and that drives me to the next slide. On the next slide, let me touch on some of the intended consequences. Put simply, there is obviously an intended consequence relating to issuing all these different rules and regulations that are encouraging sustainable finance in the Philippines. So obviously, there's been a very marked increase of Philippine companies tapping climate or sustainable finance, as you may call it. As of August 2023, the total ASEAN-labeled GSS bonds, green, social, and sustainability bonds, when I say GSS bonds, amounted to $41.7 billion USD. 24% of which, or $10 billion roughly, were issued by Philippine companies, and they come from different sectors. Now, I know some of you might be thinking this is a drop in the bucket compared to the trillions that are being issued globally with GSS bonds, but try to remember that ASEAN in particular was coming from, and the Philippines in particular, was coming from roughly zero prior to the issuances of these multiple different frameworks. So I'm looking at it from a perspective, this is amazing in the sense that we're actually ranked currently in terms of outstanding issuances of GSS bonds, second within ASEAN. So for me, I look at this as a very great big success already. And this brings me now in relation to the unintended effects which may have happened in relation to the issuance of all these different issuances and frameworks. And next slide, please. So one of the unintended consequences that I've noticed in relation to the increased attention that sustainable finance has gained within the Philippine capital markets is that as more and more companies intend to issue these instruments, these different bond issuances, among others, the need for verifiers or assurers is a challenge for the Philippine market. This usually entails a higher practical cost for issuance for local issuers now. It has which obviously has an impact on the commercial viability if your issuances, if your second party opinion or your external verifier costs a lot, and there's also usually lack of local expertise, then that will affect the possibility or the viability of issuing these kinds of bonds. It's the lack of expertise in the Philippines and in other areas can admittedly be a challenge for developing countries like ours now. But I can confidently say that climate change, climate finance is top of mind for an agency like the SEC. And it has emboldened many of us, many of the players in the Philippines to look for more interesting and innovative financing. And that's one of the unintended consequences I want to bring up now. The two case studies of very successful yet interestingly innovative sustainable finance examples here in the Philippines. And the first one I want to point out is AC Energy. AC Energy is a publicly listed company in the Philippines which divested its 246 megawatt coal plant using the world's first market-based energy transition mechanism. And this was a transaction that was done on purely commercial terms, meaning there was no concessional financing. ADB's ETM framework at the time was not yet done, and yet somehow this particular company, perhaps as an unintended consequence, to follow up on the theme, perhaps as an intended consequence of the very sharp focus of government and of the different regulators on sustainable finance, was able to come up with this particular framework. So this, and implement it well, by the way. It was implemented so well that Indonesia and Vietnam, as I understand it, is currently using the AC Energy framework as an example of successful energy transition within ASEAN. So it shows us how Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement can actually be operationalized or used to encourage different innovations like this. No, they raise ambition and it drives action. And this would not have been possible without the different regulations and the different focus that has been issued in relation to this space. Another example on the right-hand side is the ASA Philippines. ASA Philippines is a microfinance organization. It's not publicly listed, but very recently they issued the very first gender bonds under the SEC social bond standard. This issuance emphasized the different approach to supporting climate goals by emphasizing the lives of vulnerable segments, enhancing the lives of vulnerable segments, particularly women entrepreneurs and borrowers. So I guess my point in relation to this is that a sharp focus in relation to pushing our direction for 2.1c of the Paris Agreement can have intended and unintended consequences. And the intended consequence will obviously be the multiple issuances that the Philippines has experienced. Unintended consequences would be interesting, very, very innovative, very, very unique success cases, use cases such as the ones you see on screen now. Because I personally would not have thought at the time that a use case like the AC Energy one would have happened, considering it was done purely on commercial terms. Nor did I expect ASA Philippines to issue their very first gender bond, considering that it is a not publicly listed company and it is a microfinance organization that, frankly, at the time, I was under the impression it did not even have to proceed in the direction of issuing a social bond. And yet it did, and it did so successfully. Both have been very, very successful use cases. So we have promising developments in the Philippines. This is not an exhaustive list. There's a lot of work ahead of us. But the key takeaway is, I guess I want everyone to remember, is we all need to work together, government, private sector, to find and share practices like the ones you see on the screen that are replicable and applicable to other regions as well. Now, I believe the ETM model, as I mentioned, is a good replicable example. The ASA one can be a good inspiration as well for other jurisdictions and other issues, if ever. So with that, thank you again for this discussion. I look forward to hearing the different panelists and having some discussions on this topic. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much, Kelvin. I think a great presentation to really show us the important role of the SEC, of the financial regulator, to really help develop and deepen the domestic capital market, which I think is so important to really ensure that you enable kind of more investments into your country. I think particularly showing the role of looking at national, but also at global frameworks, initiatives at taxonomies, and I think then using that to also focus on the capacity building element, which I think is something that we have not yet heard that much, but I think this is really critical if we want to help mobilize more investments into emerging economies. And maybe just, again, I think the two points I'd like to highlight from your presentation. I think one, use some of the boring instruments that are out there that are actually, very well understood and which, some of the private capital holders understand very well. I think you've done a great job in highlighting the different types of bonds, green bonds, sustainability bonds, gender bonds that are actually, really helping to make a difference in the Philippines, including by attracting actually investments from Philippines financial institutions, which I think is a really important point. But the second point then, these unintended consequences of all the basically framework that you have developed for your country to really focus on more innovative financial instruments. And we have heard about that already in the previous sessions, really the importance of thinking how can you really combine public and private capital to really focus on some of the harder areas. And I think the ETM really helping to accelerate the early retirement of coal, I think is a very good example. And certainly it's something that is replicable, and I think, again, an element we should be focusing on. But before continuing to get some of your views, let me hand over now to Nick for your presentation, your thoughts on this area here. Nick, the floor is yours.
Barbara, thanks very much, and it's a great pleasure to be at this second Sharm el Sheikh dialogue, and thanks so much to the organisers to inviting me here. We have on this panel a particular topic to look at, and the Commissioner Lee has kicked us off. But it's really about mapping the intended, what do we intend to do, what do governments intend to do, businesses and so on, when they are implementing Article 21C, and what could be some of the unintended consequences. So in the next few minutes, what I'd like to do is just set out some initial thoughts for what intended and unintended could be, and then focus particularly on the issue about how to mobilize private flows into developing countries, and where we've got to and where we might go next. So just to step back a bit and maybe unpack Article 21C, I think it's interesting to look at, when we're looking at the intended impacts, maybe look at this very interesting sentence in 5 parts. It's about making financial flows consistent with a pathway towards step 2, step 3, low greenhouse gas and climate resilience, and step 5, development. So I think all these things, when we're looking at intended and unintended implications, these are all connected, but I think it's important to look at them as almost as separate ingredients to a very tasty dish. So in other words, as we've seen and we know, Article 21C has to be implemented in the ways that support the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly eradicating poverty and reducing inequality. Now, the last COP, and again, congratulations to the presidency for this, within the Sharm el Sheikh implementation plan, was again, I think, building on this sort of transformational idea that to mobilize simply the mitigation finance, 4 to 6 trillion a year, we need a transformation of the financial system, its structures and processes to do that. So I think that's the sort of context. This is Article 21C, this is COP27, and here we are just before COP28. So if we're thinking across that financial system, the latest information from the Financial Stability Board is we have about $486 trillion in the financial system, obviously not necessarily in the right place, much of that misallocated. And I've just tried, for my own benefit, hopefully it's useful for you, to think about these in sort of the tools we might use for implementing Article 213 in 3 categories. And that's obviously in domestic flows and also international financial flows. So clearly, public finance, absolutely key, particularly for the public good dimensions, fiscal policy, public investment, the role of state-owned enterprises, tax incentives, as we've seen with the US IRA, the role of national development banks, sovereign debt, and so on. And then obviously on the international side, we have the whole process within the 100 billion, which has still obviously not been met, the process through the IMF and the SDR reform, coalition of finance ministers, MDBs, debt relief, and so on. Regulated finance, by that I mean the regulation by central banks, securities regulators like Commissioner Lee, prudential regulators, monetary policy, how they are governing financial flows so they achieve those public goods so they are safe and secure and also sustainable. So financial stability policy, monetary policy, prudential, securities, and importantly, I think, financial inclusion. Really important to connect financial inclusion, the access to finance policies, with the climate policy. And then this whole list of acronyms of groups who are doing this at the international level. The FSB, Bank of International Settlements, IOSCO, the securities regulator, Network for Greening the Financial System, and the International Sustainability Standards Board we just heard from in the last panel. And finally, market finance, so the capital, the bulk of the capital, which is allocated on market terms. Commercial banks, commercial lending, pension funds, insurance, capital markets, and potentially we could include social finance there, cooperatives and other groups. And again, we have a whole series of bodies at the international level to try and support that. And if we're thinking about Article 21C, we need to take action in the real economy, energy policy, agricultural policy, transport policy, etc., but also financial policy. So that's just a way maybe of looking at this and looking at what is the target zone we're looking at. So then, intended. If we're thinking about what are the intended outcomes, what could be welcome outcomes? Firstly, that as we take these steps, policymakers and private financial institutions take these steps, we have increased accountability. We know where the financial flows are, we have a sense of their future risk, and we're dealing with issues such as greenwashing. So that would be a very intended and welcome consequence. Secondly, we are actually scaling up the flows of low GHG and also, importantly, resilient finance. And then, likewise, we'd be scaling down flows of high greenhouse gas and unresilient finance. Importantly, we'd also, as one of the intended outcomes, be increasing flows of climate finance to the global south. And here, I think, if we look at the IEA's net zero pathway, the updated pathway came out recently, really highlighting that clean energy investment needs to surge sevenfold in emerging markets, developing countries by the early 2030s. So again, I think as Avinash and Luz Pereira was highlighting, if we're thinking about one of the intended outcomes of Article 21C must be increasing flows of climate finance to the global south. And then we need to do this, obviously, through a just and inclusive transition, and just building on what the Commissioner Lee was saying at the LSE with the Climate Bonds Initiative, we're starting a process to think about how the bond market could support a just transition across green, social, and sustainability bonds. So that's, I think, my sense, rough, provisional sense of what could be intended consequences. There may be some of the unintended consequences and potentially some unwelcome consequences. So doing all this, are we going to increase transaction costs in the financial system? Are we going to potentially increase financial inefficiency? I think a lot of the regulation and accountability is necessary, but are we doing this in an efficient way? Secondly, could we be encouraging a so-called paper decarbonization, where actually assets are sold and traded, but in the real economy, we're actually not leading to the decarbonization of real assets in real communities? Third, is this process of being better understood about climate risk, is that increasing the cost of capital, particularly for climate vulnerable countries? And I think there's quite a lot of evidence that that is happening, that as we're becoming increasingly conscious, that actually costs of capital are increasing. Are we finding it hard to make this sequence from high greenhouse gas finance to low greenhouse gas finance, particularly in terms of a just transition? And Commissioner Lee gave that example of the ASEAN bond, energy transition bond in the Philippines. And finally, through this process, could we be introducing new barriers to international finance flows, particularly to the global south, which is obviously a problem because that's where we need to see this surge of investment. So again, some provisional ideas for you. I'm sure you will have more, less, and so on, but for your consideration. So that's coming to particularly this theme of increasing flows of finance to developing countries. Clearly have not yet met the 100 billion. Hopefully that's going to be done very, very soon. But also we've been seeking to increase flows of private finance as well. These are the countries, developing countries, obviously the lowest asset basis, the highest cost of capital. If we look at the evidence, sadly, overall private finance flows have shrunk by 20% since 2010. And then using the latest data, I'm looking forward to the really new data from CPI, but if you look at climate finance flows, in 2020 it was just under 10 billion and probably lower than 2018. So two problems with that number. One, it's very, very low in terms of private finance flows. And secondly, we still have, I think, a lot of issues in terms of properly measuring that. A couple of added thoughts. We are in a regime now of higher interest rates for a capital-intensive transition. That could be deepening this cost of capital challenge. And secondly, obviously, we are seeing the impact of incentive regimes such as the US IRA on other investments and elsewhere in the economy. So finally, just to conclude, if I may, particularly on this question of cross-border private climate finance flows, Avinash Pasoda in the beginning talked about the 2.4 trillion needed in emerging economies for the transition. Of that, 1 trillion needs to come externally by 2030, so a large amount because of the lack of the domestic capital base. And of that, 500 to 600 billion needs to be from the private sector, and about half of that is capitalized by MDBs. So clearly a long way from the 10 billion in 2020 to the 500 to 600 billion by 2030. That's quite a spike upwards. So some of the things that potentially we could do to close that gap in a paper that Hans-Peter Lankers and myself submitted for the G20 this year in the T20. Firstly, are there unintended consequences in sustainable financial regulations which are maybe causing lack of flows of private finance into the developing countries? And potentially, particularly in the global north, do we need to be considering explicitly, intentionally, this goal of increasing flows to emerging markets and developing economies in sustainable finance rules, for example, in transition plans? If we need to see this happening, do we consciously need to include that in North American or European or other rules? Secondly, something which is emerging is, are there unintended barriers potentially in core financial regulations, such as Basel or such as solvency, which could be holding back flows of sustainable finance into the global south by adding increasing costs to that. These rules are there for very good reason, to ensure the stability of the financial system, but actually do we need to review them again in light of this imperative to increase flows of sustainable finance? Thirdly, there are a lot of things happening in the blended finance regime, not yet delivering at scale. Can we consolidate those to achieve this system transformational on concessional finance, on capacity building, and then crucially on market creation, particularly led by national development banks supported by MDBs? And then finally, this is an idea that Hans-Peter and I came up with. We've seen the huge impacts across investment markets around the world of the US Inflation Reduction Act. And do we need to complement that with some system to incentivize private flows into emerging markets? And I've chosen this name of GERA, the Global Investment Recovery Act. So that is intended to stimulate thoughts, and I'll close them.
Thank you so much, Nick. And lots of food for thought. I very much like the mapping that you gave of existing tools and how to think about both the domestic and international levers basically across the three areas of public, regulated, and market finance. But then also really coming up with some very clear, unintended and intended consequences and some real solutions on what we could focus on in order to ensure that we really have a bigger kind of emphasis on the intended consequences and can avoid the negative unintended ones, not the unintended that Kelvin mentioned before on like triggering more innovation, but really the unintended consequences. So that was a great overview. Thanks so much. But with that, let me hand over, Rafael, to you for your thoughts on this issue.
Thanks a lot, Barbara. Thanks to the Secretariat and the co-chairs for inviting me today. At the onset, let me point out that my colleague Yelin North was presented to the first dialogue, and she covered, in a way, our perspective on the all-encompassing nature of Article 2.1c, and in particular when it comes to the types of financing we need to look at and assess. So I will not cover that again, but we'll just build on Barbara's point around, financial sector and real economy. We really need to capture both in terms of assessing the financing and the investments and the underlying drivers. And so with that in mind, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to contribute to the second workshop and to provide a complementary OECD perspective. Obviously, we have work in policy areas that can cover pretty much anything, I think, that can drive investments. I can't cover all of that. I'll focus on two areas in a second. But before doing that, and zooming on two specific policy areas or instruments and their intended and unintended consequences and safeguards to address the topic at stake, I really wanted to highlight, in a way, that the fundamentals of what drives investments and what drives alignment towards a specific policy goal, and in our case, climate action, are known. They're really known. So what you've got on the screen is just a selection from our side. You could take the same, from other institutions saying the same thing, but you've got one, policy frameworks to mobilize private investment in particular. That's what you see here on the left. And that looks in an integrated manner at investment policy, investment promotion and facilitation, trade policy, competition policy, tax policy, public governance, et cetera, towards a coherent framework for mobilizing investments, and in particular private investments. Second, moving to the right, you see that in parallel, however, we have evidence of policy misalignments with regards to climate policy goals, and in particular, pointing out to misalignments in the investment and financial policy regulations, but also taxation, trade policies, innovation, things that have been mentioned, I think, by some of the previous panelists. Zooming then with the third one on the fiscal space and the tax and fiscal policy, which is one where we have more than the evidence needed to highlight current policy misalignments, and most notably remaining high levels and volumes of consumption and or production-based fossil fuel subsidies as obvious hinders of alignment or favoring misalignment. And to close this opening overview, I've included here a more technical, sort of like an empirical piece of work dating back from 2018, which underscored that political economy factors, such as governmental rents from fossil fuels and jobs in the fossil fuel industry, tend to correlate both with increases in emissions from the electricity sector and relatively low installation and use of renewables. So this might be out of date today, but political economy, we can't ignore it, obviously. As I said, we have a lot of areas of work that I could speak about. I've selected here on 6 or 5 on the screen, which are contained in our submission to the SCF dating back in May. You can have a look at those. I'll just quickly go through them to highlight that the first one obviously covers real economy and financial sector in the sense that, improving the domestic enabling conditions addresses both real economy policies as well as financial sector regulation. The second one relates to the financial markets and financial sector and institutions, and to their accountability and credibility. And the 3 last ones relate to international flows, which are a very strong focus of our discussions today, and address 3 areas: development cooperation, export credits and incisive trade, and investments and investment treaties, and the role that these 3 types of, let's say, instruments and policy areas can play or should play. I cannot talk about all of that, and based on guidance from the Secretariat, I'll focus on 2. The first one is the modernization of export credit rules to better support climate action. As background here, as background, let me just quickly mention for those not aware of that, governments provide officially supported export credits through export credit agencies in support of national exporters that compete for overseas sales. That's pretty the starting point. In that context, the OECD has and hosts a forum that is aiming at maintaining and developing the monitoring of financial disciplines for export credits to ensure a level playing field, and in particular stipulates the most generous financial terms and conditions that you can provide in order not to distort markets when providing export credits. So in that context, to provide context, I just wanted to highlight 2 aggregate level trends here that I think are relevant to our discussions today. The first one that you see here on the left is that in terms of destination country, when we look at income groups, low income country represent a very, very, very small share of the total. In the latest 2 years, I think it was down to 1 or 2 billion when looking across sectors and activities. Lower middle income countries, in contrast, represent a little more, up to 8 billion, but still a very small share. So just flagging in terms of when we're talking about what we're trying to tap into or the role that different instruments could play here, we're obviously not there in terms of that kind of instruments being used to address the needs of the countries or the countries that are most in needs. The second thing I wanted to highlight is zooming on the electricity power generation sector, which what you see on the right-hand side, which is obviously a subsector critical to the climate and energy transition. Here, some degree of good news. We see increases in export credits being used for renewable energy and a decrease for fossil fuel, and in particular coal, which tends to disappear. 2 words of caution there. Obviously, COVID years are not representative. And the other thing is that we are here talking about export credits captured under an official arrangement. Countries can provide export credits outside of this arrangement, including for fossil fuel, perhaps even more so. Now, in terms of intended sort of actions in that policy area, very quickly, there's 2 things that have happened over the past 2 years. One, on the trying to reduce incentives for misaligned finance supported by export credits. There's been a decision to end support for unabated coal-fired plants, with 1 or 2 exceptions that relate to CC, carbon capture and storage, and emission reduction without increasing the lifetime of the fossil fuel installation. And just to flag, there's ongoing discussions about potentially expanding the scope of such provisions. Second, on the positive, let's say in terms of incentivizing the use of export credits for climate action and transition and solutions, there's been an expansion of, let's say, the so-called sector understanding and the types of activities that are captured in climate-related or export credits that can be labeled as climate-related and therefore benefit from favorable terms and conditions. I won't read them all, and I won't read them actually. I'll just flag that for your understanding, export credits actors tend to look at markets for defining what is green rather than policy definitions, which is an alignment question that I think is and perhaps relates more to the previous discussion, taxonomies and so on, and that's a potential policy misalignment within governments. The second area that I'll try to briefly cover before closing, again based on guidance from the Secretariat, relates to credibility, accountability, and integrity of financial sector commitments, and more specifically in that context, the role that so-called responsible business conduct guidelines and standards that we have at the OECD can play. Let me highlight here that we've got guidelines for multinational enterprises and that guide their activities, including what they do in emerging economies and developing countries, where they should not differentiate their level of ambition compared to what they do domestically, for instance, because that was a point I think that was raised in one of the previous sessions, sorry. And the recent revision of the guidelines has made it the first government-backed recommendation for business, including investors, on how to align with the Paris temperature goal while addressing also resilience. I'll get to that. And that there's a due diligence, plan, do, act, check process behind it that helps business being held accountable for what they're doing or not doing to address their climate impacts. I'll move quickly, Barbara, so that we have a bit of time. But just I wanted to sort of highlight the relevance of RBC in discussing, financial sector and business climate action in the context of, ambition and credibility. So, there's a whole supply chain perspective in responsible business conduct that leads you from a company perspective to address your emissions, across suppliers, providers, and so on. And obviously from a financial sector perspective to try to, enhance emission reductions in your portfolio companies and entities. The other thing I really want to highlight here is that at the heart of responsible business conduct is engagement rather than divestment or disengagement. And that's really a last recourse, divesting, disengaging, and if you do that, you have to do that responsibly over time. which leads me to the sort of the right-hand side, which is that it is really a tool that I think can help address some of the concerns of a narrow, net zero focused climate action by businesses and financial institutions by putting it and forcing climate action in the private sector to be positioned in the broader context of other policy priorities, whether it's other environmental goals, biodiversity, water, and so on, but also everything related to the just transition, meaning human rights, social rights, which are directly and historically addressed by the RBC standard and therefore are a key element of any RBC-based climate strategy. The last thing I wanted to do was a bit of advertisement for my own work, actually, but I think it relates to some of the pathway discussions that have been touched upon a bit earlier, and the central role that climate mitigation scenarios play in any sort of metric to assess progress, to set a target, and to assess alignment with the Paris Agreement or climate policy goals. And just a flag that we've done very in-depth work in that context on climate mitigation scenarios and their use in the financial sector for the specific purpose not of risk assessment, but really of contribution to climate policy goals, and in this case, target setting and alignment assessment. I don't have the time to cover. The one thing I wanted to sort of highlight for you, because you are policymakers in the room, is that there's recommendations in there for you, and they won't come as a surprise, but you can actually contribute to integrity of targets and alignment assessments in the financial sector by improving granularity of global climate mitigation scenarios through the development of national sector-specific scenarios, targets, plans, which are currently lacking. And related to that, you can actually help reduce scenario uncertainty of whoever's generating that scenario by providing climate policy certainty and specificity within your jurisdiction, which brings me back to the start of my presentation, but I think really highlights the fact that, domestic climate policy targets, specificity actually can link quite directly to financial sector commitments, integrity, and so on. And I'll close on that to hopefully allow for a bit of time of discussion.
Great. Thank you so much, Raphael. Very rich discussion, obviously. Good. Obviously, OECD is contributing a lot of information and also kind of helping to connect the dots on many of the drivers. I think just to highlight, I think what I've taken away most from your presentation is first, I think it is important to stress that the fundamentals of policy drivers and basically of the hinder of investment, they are really kind of obvious. I think by now this is not a surprise anymore what needs to happen. I think we just need to make it happen. And the second, I think I very much like the solutions and safeguards that you actually have touched, both from, how can you use some of the existing instruments in a more targeted way to really increase the focus on the intended consequences, such as officially supported export credits, but also the responsible business conduct guidelines, I think really interesting, and how that can help address the issue that has come up earlier today, this narrow focus on net zero, and really have a more holistic approach to really embrace kind of the more components that are important here. And then I think the final point, certainly on the scenarios, I want to really highlight your point on the need to develop national sector-specific scenarios. I think that really is important to understand how you can best channel then also investments and how you can best set incentives to get the right types of investments into your country, into your sector, and in this way also improve the overall granularity of global scenarios. But with that, it's been obviously very rich presentations from our three presenters here. Let me directly, given that you have basically 5 minutes, but hopefully maybe a few more. Let me just directly open up for any reflections from any one of you, any questions you might have, and then we'll bring it back to the panelists. So I think 1, 2, just see, 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. Well, now we have a lot. Well, let's get started here. Please, may I hand over to you?
Thank you so much, and that was very informative presentations, and I think most of the presenters, if not all of them, they were focused on the more positive side of the discussion. I think the only substantive concerns that were raised by Nick at the end, like this 5 elements that he mentioned, and I didn't hear in the course of the discussion any that have reflected on how can we deal and have safeguards to avoid those 5 potential negative impacts. And they are not potential negative impacts, they are negative impacts. One of them was Of course, countries at the national level, they have all the sovereignty to decide on their policies, but the bigger the scale of the country and its impact on the international community and international trade and international investments, once they apply national policies to incentivize the change or the transformation to green, then they become the center of attraction for international investments, like what we have seen in the IRA, for example, which is having an impact on the flows of investments in developing countries to deliver on or to assist them in delivering on their goals to reduce emissions. So this is one thing that it was not discussed. How can we deal with that? And the second one was how countries would introduce levies and taxation in a way to incentivize and make sure that the shift for green and more climate-friendly products is happening. At the same time, it is having a cross-cutting impact on the social and economic sectors in those who are engaged in trade, and without giving them the enough breathing space to do the transition at the national level. So those are two elements I think are very important. Then the third element was how is 2C, with all the good intentions, is causing, and sometimes they're causing an impact on the flows of the financial flows to developing countries, and how can we remedy that? I don't think this could be done through the export credits. I don't think that this could be done through simple showing good examples of success. But on the bigger scale, I think this is a very important challenge that we think needs to be further discussed. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Three very important points. And again, just to remind everyone, this is just a scene-setting session, so we will have more time in the afternoon in the other sessions to go deeper. But let me go second there and then third.
Thank you. Question followed by a quick comment. I'm Indrajit from Climate Action Network International. I'd like to draw your attention to the case of Ecuador, where the referendum of 59% votes decided to keep the Yasuni oil reserves in the Amazon in the ground. The fallout of this was the credit rating agency issued a note that it would be a negative factor in credit terms for Ecuador. The note indicated high risk would result in default qualification and further increase the interest rate paid by the country to its creditors. How is this fair? And how do we avoid such situations in the future? And a quick comment, I think the disproportionate power of private agencies to rate country risk can create significant problems and make development finance more expensive. And we've been hearing that we need to lower the cost of capital for any meaningful and practical action. We also clearly heard that the asset owner's objective is just mitigation focused, and they are not interested in adaptation and loss and damage. That's why we as CAN are of the view that 2.1c should be approached in a just and equitable manner, in line with common but differentiated responsibility based on science, in a gender responsive with respect for human rights. 2.1c must not replace or override requirements under Article 9 of the Paris Agreement, specifically the mandate of developed countries under Article 9.1 to provide financial resources to developing countries. I think this is crucial and key, and we really haven't heard much about Article 9 in the discourse this morning. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Over to you, please.
Thank you very much. I have one question for Nick and Rafael. Nick, my question is, what is finance resilient? And for Rafael, I'm sorry your presentation was very fast for me to catch up and the change of the slides, but I have questions on your last 3 slides. If we can put that up again, then I would ask my question. But the general notion here is that whatever you presented from OECD is on mitigation, am I right? And nothing on adaptation. And for incentives, I have one question, but the slide has to come back up, and then I'll be able to ask that question. In fact, it's a clarification of your last 3 slides. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And again, apologies for having to rush a little bit in this session, but over to you, please.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, in terms of just transition priorities, we have human rights, social rights, environmental rights. What else can the private sector do to engage public policy to advance just transition finance? Because aligning finance and sustainability is quite a large task, and it would be interesting to see, especially with Professor mentioning social enterprises and the whole conversation, which I have not heard much of before, but I researched that myself. How can we really focus on the S and the ESG in the just transition? Thank you.
Great point. Thanks so much. Nancy?
Yes, thank you. And I'm speaking from the EIB, but also tomorrow I'm looking forward to speaking on behalf of the MDBs on this important question. I wanted to ask the panel two questions. One, how in the whole debate that we're looking at about alignment with the Paris goals, do we both allow for different starting points and different pathways, but at the same time stay very focused on what needs to happen in the next few years? Because, of course, countries may have net zero by a certain date, but right now we need to both be supporting decarbonization in countries which need to decarbonize, but many countries, it's a question not of decarbonizing, but actually developing along a different pathway, and at the same time build resilience. And I feel that somehow this discussion is sometimes looking at two different pathways, as if there were two different pathways, and maybe if you bring just transition, maybe three different pathways, when actually they have to be one pathway. So that's my first question. How do we deal with that? And my second question was, how do we deal with the issue that when we look at overall pathways, within that there are different activities? And coming to the question on the table for this meeting, you know, we need to have a lot more climate finance, but we also need, in a managed way, to do less of what's causing the problem. And at the end of the day, with more and more disclosure and a focus on risk, it's actually quite hard to drive financial sort of action where the risk is highest, which is actually perhaps where the most effort is needed, either the most physical risk or even the biggest transition risk. So I think it was also mentioned by somebody earlier, and maybe it links to the point about the rating of a country. But how do we drive finance to where the risk actually is high? Because that's where the action is most needed now. Thank you. Those two questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Nancy. So we have one last question from Stephen, and then I'm afraid I have to close, but you will have time over the lunch break to come to our speakers as well. But Stephen, over to you.
Thank you, Barbara. So Steve Wager from Aviva Investors. I wanted to just commend the panel for its focus on just transition and pathways towards that, and looking at transition plans through the lens of justice, intergenerational equity, and economic development. I hear that all too infrequently in the international conversations on transition pathways. So I think I also want to overlay just how hard it is from an institutional investor's perspective to get data that enables us to do that simply in a portfolio. There is, in the net zero debate at the moment, an enormous focus on portfolio decarbonising. Now that obviously intergenerationally is a good thing, but for the current generation it means that portfolio managers are motivated, sometimes their bonus is linked to divesting. So finding the most energy intensive parts of their portfolio and divesting, that really achieves very little, obviously, as you've said, because for us to divest, someone else has to be buying. So you've achieved nothing. So engaged, just as Raphael was saying, engagement over divestment, making sure the portfolio managers focus on promoting just transition pathways. I could not agree more. On this question about, from the gentleman from Climate Action Network behind me, on what credit rating agencies are doing at the moment, whether the countries in the room realize it or not, they're being reviewed and revised, their credit ratings, because of the physical risk they're exposed to and because of the transition risk. The three big rating agencies, Fitch, Moody's, and S&P, are 97% of the market, with S&P being 75%, All three of them have margins between 30 and 50%, but they'd argue they're natural monopolies. When I went to university many decades ago, if you're a natural monopoly, you shouldn't make supernormal profits, yet 30 to 50% is supernormal. So what are they doing with these supernormal profits in the public interest to advise developing countries on how to access rich country capital? How are they advising countries on how to minimize their cost of capital? They make billions, and I don't believe they're performing their full role in actually helping to steward the transition. They are phenomenally important institutions and mostly outside of these debates. We need to change that.
Thank you so much. Good. Well, let me with that now hand back to my panelists just for whatever questions. We've had a range of questions around some of the concerns, how can we really make sure that the safeguards are in place to avoid negative unintended impacts to, how can we make sure that, we really focus on the just transition, on the social components, do some questions around data, but also some questions about how can we balance between increasing climate finance and reducing the investments that go into where the risks are highest. So maybe let me start, Kelvin, with you, and then come back to our panelists here on the table. So Kelvin, just over to you for any answers to the questions or final reflections.
There were multiple questions. Thank you, Barbara. There were multiple questions, and honestly, I don't think I'm equipped to deal with all of them. But there is one question that struck me. There was a discussion earlier on taxation and how the taxation component can necessarily affect the financial flows in relation to climate. I'd just like to point out that I'm not a taxation regulator. I'm not a taxation authority. I am, however, a securities regulator, and I can speak on behalf of ASEAN. There is a very marked focus now on incentivization. What do we mean by incentivization? Meaning almost all of us, to every securities regulator currently within ASEAN Capital Markets Forum, we have different incentive schemes to encourage people, to encourage issuers to proceed in this direction. For instance, we have waived our fees for green bonds. I understand Thailand has done roughly the same. Singapore, MAS, has a special program where I think they subsidize a certain amount of the verification fees, among others. So there is strong focus, at least on the part of government authorities, to try and push forward this direction. I hope, not necessarily on the taxation side, but at least on the incentivization side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kelvin. Over to you, Rafael.
Yeah, perhaps 3 points on the rating agency point and the whole idea that the private sector has power over the countries. I just want to highlight that this is an area, I mean, you can regulate more than you do in those areas. So, and I just wanted to flag and link to one of the elements that I didn't cover in my presentation earlier, which has a similar situation and relates to investment treaties, where the landscape of investment treaties has resulted in counterproductive private sector claims over losses incurred when being requested to phase out fossil fuels due to that in domestic climate regulation, and that contradicting investment treaties and the rights of, and therefore countries having to compensate private companies. So that's a whole area that I didn't cover, but I would relate it a little bit to what we're talking about here before with the rating agencies, which are problematic situation of a misalignment where we need to revisit how these areas are thought about from a policy and a regulation perspective. The second point to address the question from the lady at the top there, yes, indeed, the work that I presented mostly focuses on mitigation when it comes to driving action. Having said that, clearly from an export credit perspective, just to confirm, there is very little going on from a resilience perspective. It's not part of the model at the moment. I have to sort of acknowledge that, and this is something that can be discussed with export credit providers. However, from an RBC perspective, with the next slide, I made it very clear that actually the most powerful element in this framework is not driving the ambition on the mitigation side. That comes from a lot of the other frameworks that we have out there. It's actually forcing that ambition to be faced with the realities of equity, with the realities of resilience, because this is an approach that asks companies and investors to look at their impacts, not at risks. That's the sort of like, not at risks that the climate change incurs for them, but at the impacts they have on the planet and the people. And so just to flag that that's what I try to highlight, and sorry if I was too quick and not clear enough, but that is what you should take away from that one, and the fact that it can actually contribute to just transition. And I would link that, my final point on pathways, equity, and link that a bit to the taxation question, because I think the last point I made was that you need domestic visions broken down by sectors, related policy instruments that will accompany your pathway, including in terms of fiscal policy reforms away from fossil fuel subsidies. This is very hard. We know it from experience. We have 10 years, 15 years of accompanying some countries in potential fossil fuel reforms. It's very difficult. It's even more difficult if you don't plan for it and if you don't anticipate it, which is also the only way where you can relate domestic targets and pathways to aggregate level ones. The IEA scenario will tell you when things should be phased out progressively over time. It's not divestment over day one, but it tells you a bit about when you should think about avoiding lock-in over time, because in 10 years it's not there anymore in the scenario, indicative. You can look at another one. But how you relate domestic pathways that may differ compared to these aggregate level ones requires specificity. And as long as you don't have specificity at the domestic level, we'll keep going around, with those discussions, I think, on equity to some extent, acknowledging fully that some countries and a lot of developing countries require also support and capacity building to be able to develop such plans and visions. Fully acknowledge that.
Thanks so much, Raphael. Nick, over to you before I close.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. To your point, I think this is something maybe, for further elaboration. How do we actually consider, as policies are being designed, which are designed to be fully aligned with the Paris agreements, US IRA, but think about those international ramifications? How does that become into policy design? What are their supporting measures? And that was the notion of this Global Investment Recovery Act. The credit rating agency point has been elaborated further. I think two things from this. Firstly, it shows that a risk-based approach alone is clearly not going to be sufficient and could lead to some sort of perverse outcomes. And there is the question of accountability of these institutions, credit rating agencies within this process. A question about, on just transition, what can private sector organizations particularly do to support policy, I think, for that? Firstly, would be to ensure that just transition is in nationally determined contributions, to establish just transition funds, as some countries are doing. Governments are the places to ensure that the dialogue is there for the affected communities. And then obviously we have the partnerships such as the JEPs, which we've discussed. Question at the back about, I think, financing resilience. I think maybe we could discuss that more maybe after this session. And then I think this point which was raised at the end about this question of pathways. We're discussing about 21C as a financial pathway, net zero, resilience. Within the just transition discussions, we're talking about just transition pathways. And these can't be four pathways leading in different directions. They've got to meet at a crossroads. So I think this is what the UNFCCC is doing, and hopefully we can progress that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. So just very briefly to try to bring it all together, I think what this session here and also earlier discussions today have shown is we do not need to start from scratch. I think there is lots of the fundamentals that are known already. I think we are hearing about best practices, both looking at enabling policies, regulations, specific instruments, how they could be improved, but also new financial innovations, as Kelvin has also shown before. I think a key point for me to take away is that we need to focus more on the balance balance. I think that balance between this risk-based approach and like focusing on the opportunities, on the revenues, balance between driving money into more green investments compared to making sure that we're actually addressing the fossil fuel investment and really the areas where there's more risks. Balance between mitigation and adaptation/resilience, really focusing more on both of these pathways, and then actually the balance between the pathways, focusing really on a more holistic view to enable a systems transformation, both in terms of economics, environment, and social parts. I think what is needed for me as next steps here in this area, certainly better data. I think Stephen has brought it very eloquently at the end with his comment that data is still missing to inform decision-making. I think this is something we need to continue to focus on and really make sure it's transparent, it's granular, it's comparable across the financial value chain. We need more capacity building. I think what we hear here is there's a lot of detailed sector knowledge that is needed, a lot of actors from credit agencies to public development banks to different types of private financial institutions, so more capacity building across all these levels are needed. And I think then the final point, I think we really need to become better in drawing lessons and exchange knowledge on what works and what doesn't work in order to really focus on increasing the intended consequences and really reducing and avoiding the unintended negative consequences of implementing 2.1c. So I think there's a lot of work that still is here. Certainly, just to end, I think we need to all work together here. I think this Building Bridges event at the margins of we are here convening, I think shows just how important this dialogue is. So I look forward and again thank the organizers for having us here. But let me just end. I think we've discussed today, this morning, as you put it actually, Nick, many ingredients to a very tasty dish. I think there's much more that we need to do in order to really kind of turn these ingredients into a really good dish. But I think it's a good leeway into our lunch break. So with that, have a wonderful lunch. Again, the speakers are here. Apologies to those of you who didn't manage to get pose a question, but looking forward to continuing the conversations here. So thank you very much to everyone. Thank you.
And we will go for lunch break now, which will last until 2. And my colleagues will hand out lunch vouchers for all of you in the room. So lunch is covered. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Friends, colleagues, could I invite you to take your seat? At the end of the day, we'll have plenty of time to socialize, as we'll have several building bridges side events. But at this stage, let us resume our program, and we will have a panel discussion that will be moderated by Nick Robbins, and I will let Nick introduce the panelists and provide the guiding questions. Thank you. Nick, over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, participants. I hope everybody is fully refreshed and ready for this afternoon's session. Just as a word of introduction, my name is Nick Robbins. I'm from the London School of Economics. We have this session, we will be running for an hour. And then after that, there are breakout groups. So please do consider this session as a way of coming up with ideas, themes, questions, which then we can all go out into much more detail in the breakout groups. We don't need to finish the conversation here. In fact, we can go into much more detail. And those breakout groups will be going on really until 5 o'clock and so on. So this is really to provide you with extra information and insight. We have on the panel, I'm not sure if they're all in the same order, but we have a great set of speakers who will sort of illustrate the themes. This session will be following the session we had before lunch. Key questions we want to really get to the heart of: what approaches and challenges to identify pathways in the context of Article 2.1c, how they differ across geographies, sectors, what policies and measures are reflecting the operationalization, making this real, and what are the opportunities and challenges in scaling up flows towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development, particularly taking into account this complementarity with Article 9, particularly the provision of financial resources to developing countries. So we have Michele to my left. Michele Harmsen is the Deputy Sherpa to the Dutch co-chairmanship of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. Then on my right, we have Jean Boissineau, who is Deputy Director for Financial Stability at the Banque de France, and he's also head of the Secretariat for the Network for Greening the Financial System, which is a network of over 100 central banks and financial supervisors. Then we have Ludovine. Thank you, Ludovine Tamiotti, who's head of the Environment Section, Trade and Environment Division of the World Trade Organization here in Geneva. And then Igor on the left there, Igor Panovic, Senior Economist and Chief of the Climate and Development Strategies Unit at UNCTAD. Again, Igor here in Geneva? Yes. Yeah. And working on issues related to global governance, climate change and development strategies. And then Faten Aghed, member of the African High-Level Panel of Experts on reforms of the multilateral system. And until recently, Faten served as a senior advisor on climate diplomacy and geopolitics at the African Climate Foundation. So what we're going to do is have introductory views, statements from our panelists. Then it will be open for Q&A, and please, as I say, use this opportunity to raise themes that then can be going into much more detail in the breakout groups. So, Michele, if I could start with you, please.
Thank you. I sit here today to represent the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, so basically the finance ministries. And I think it's important to note the important role of finance ministries in this topic. The finance ministers hold the keys to accelerating climate action. They hold the tools in hand to influence budgetary policy, fiscal policy, financial sector policy, macroeconomic policy. And with all these tools, they have the ability to unlock trillions or billions of investments, both from the private sector as the public sector. As Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, we bring together 91 ministries of finance from across the world. We have European members, but also African members, Asian members, South American members, and we represent 2/3 of GDP worldwide. And we chair this coalition together with co-chair Indonesia. I'm pleased to say that we will represent the first climate action statement at our ministerial meeting next week at the IMF and World Bank annual meeting. This statement describes over 150 actions of ministries of finance worldwide, and over 40 countries provided input to this statement. And the statement shows that ministries of finance are stepping up climate action by using the instruments they have available. In addition, last meeting in April, we presented a guide about strengthening the role of finance ministries in driving climate action. And this guide sets out a framework for mainstreaming climate into core functions of ministries of finance. And most importantly, the guide is supported by over 100 case studies from a broad group of countries. I think both these works show that there's a lot happening already at finance ministries. So to give a few examples of the actions that are included in these works. First, we see that many of our members are already working on disclosure and reporting. As an example, let me mention Chile, that is leading the development of a taxonomy for environmentally sustainable economic activities. Second, we see that a majority of our countries provided input on how to use macroeconomic modeling to drive climate action. For example, Uganda provided input on how to use macroeconomic policies to enhance investment in adaptation measures. Third, our fellow co-chair Indonesia can serve as an example of many countries that are working on carbon pricing related actions. And Indonesia is implementing a carbon exchange and developing technical regulations on carbon tax and carbon sectoral pricing regulations. And finally, as the Netherlands, we also try to pitch in. We, like many of our members, work on green finance. So currently we're advocating to include sustainability-related risks, including climate and environmental risks, in EU capital requirement frameworks for banks and Solvency II frameworks for insurers. While these actions are not formally labeled as implementation of Article 2.1c, they clearly contribute to aligning financial flows with climate goals. And it's important to note this progress, as in fact it shows that while we sit here discussing about how to implement Article 2.1c, whether or not to implement Article 2.1c, it is in fact already happening. Many countries are already taking actions that could be viewed as implementing Article 2.1c. And it is happening around the world in a very diverse and geographically spread group of countries. So I think in every country you can find examples of Article 2.1c implementation. And as a consequence of these actions, I think markets are made more transparent, investors are more easily allowed to assess risks, make informed decisions, and prevent greenwashing. And in addition, these measures also increase the profitability of green investments versus brown investments. And this is not only relevant for catalyzing private financing, which was mentioned already several times today, it also helps attract public financing, as it makes more transparent where a country is going and what they want to do. Now, I think it's important to showcase this positive momentum, the momentum of action. Action to make financial flows consistent with climate goals is already well underway, and countries are benefiting from these actions. And this is exactly what we want to highlight at our ministerial meeting at COP28. The coalition is a platform for exchange and learning. We don't tell countries what to do. We don't want other countries to tell each other what to do, but we want to provide countries with a space to discuss how to implement certain policies. What are challenges? What are best practices? How can we learn from each other? I already heard a few times today that adaptation is a challenge, how to include adaptation in Article 2.1c implementation. And this is a signal that I will definitely be taking back to our members to see how can we work on this, how can we learn from each other and see how adaptation can be included into the actions that countries are taking. And I think our presence here today is an example of how the coalition can serve as a connecting factor or linking pin between the UNFCCC processes and ministries of finance. On the one hand, today, I am here to showcase what ministries of finance are doing and how this is relevant to UNFCCC. And on the other hand, I'm listening now and I'll be taking what I'm hearing here back to ministries of finance. And I think it's really important to have this linking pin. Finally, I would like to take the opportunity to thank our members for the input they provide. I know I see a few familiar faces here. And I also want to invite countries that are not yet a member of the coalition, but that want to get involved to reach out to us. We have 91 members today, but I think we can ramp it up a little bit more. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Macaulay. Very interesting. I liked, as you were coming, you've got 91 members, very diverse. You're not telling people what to do, but you're sharing experience and knowledge on things. And I think that's a very interesting. And then we're in this context of building bridges, and that point you're making about being a connection between the world of finance ministries and the world of UNFCCC. Jean, I think you have more than 91 members. You're from the sort of related but often quite different world of central banks, prudential supervisors. Your thoughts, Article 2.1c, implementation, and where we're at in terms of making progress. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. So indeed, the NGFS is a collaborative network of 127 central banks and supervisors working together from all around all regions, advanced economies, emerging markets, developing economies. It's a network that was initiated 2 years after the Paris Agreement. At the time, some central banks were looking into practical ways to advance their climate actions. So how to somehow implement Article 2.1c, although I think it was not something that it was not a conscious choice for them to be implementing Article 2.1c, but they saw very much the direction of the Paris Agreement, and they were looking into what this means, what that meant for them. So the initiative started with 8 members, grew quite a bit. I would like to insist on the diversity of the membership, diversity in terms of development, diversity in terms of geographies, which also matters when it comes to understanding the implications of physical risk, so the consequences of climate change for the economies we operate in, and also the variety of, or the diversity of situations when it comes typically to being a fossil fuel exporter or importer or whatever. So that transitions is really something that we need to look in an all-encompassing way in that respect. The network has been chaired for the past 2 years by Ravi Menon, the managing director of the Monetary Authority of Singapore. And the focus of the work of the NGFS is very much on, I would say, financial stability and monetary policy, because this is what central banks are expected to deliver to the broader society. You may ask yourselves, what's the connection between that and climate change? I think the more we look into it, the more we recognize that ensuring that the financial system is stable, ensuring that we are delivering macroeconomic and macro-financial stability, these are preconditions for successful transitions. You don't embark in a 15, 20 years transition if you don't have some certainty about what will remain stable along the way. What has been achieved over the past few years, actually a lot of things are happening, and these are happening without being picked up, I think, in the global discussion. So now we have more than 50 countries who have been implementing climate stress tests. What does this mean? It's countries, central banks, supervisors trying to understand what climate change would mean in practice, or the transition would mean in practice for their own economies and for the financial system they are supervised. This is also changing the practices of the banks and the financial institution beneath it. Allow me to pick up a European example here, but I could have others. 2 years ago, 15% of the European banks had at least or at maximum basic approaches to understand the risk. Following supervisory expectation by the ECB, the European Central Banks, it's now 85% who have now at least basic approaches, and they are all expected to have fully implemented methods and practices by the end of next year. I would like to insist on 3 lessons we learned from what we have done so far. First and foremost, climate change is something that concerns everyone. No one is sitting at a place where he or she can say, this is not a matter for me. And I think every time central banks or supervisors are starting to consider the questions, the conclusion came quite quickly after that. The second thing on which I want to insist, it's a common theme, but it's very diverse, and that's something that we all recognize. I won't elaborate more, but understanding that the transition in Southeast Asia, the transition in Africa, the transition in Latin America, the transition in Europe do not look the same is something that is very, very important to us. Last lessons learned, this is a transition that needs to happen and that will happen because government will implement climate policies. It won't happen by itself. Part of it will happen by itself, but it won't fully happen by itself. But it's a global transition, and when I say it's a global transition, that means that sometimes in some jurisdictions, people tend to over-focus on the domestic dimension of it, and sometimes in other jurisdictions, people will look into it or approach it through the lens of international capital flows and perhaps overlooking what needs to happen on the ground in their economies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jean. And I think, again, very interesting comments there. And I think just that spread of central banks now, 50 countries now doing climate stress tests, that's quite extraordinary given where we were even 3 years ago. So we've discussed finance ministries, central banks. Ludovine, we're going to go to the world of trade. Interesting just to see how you look at this issue of Article 2.1c. We've talked before, and this session is particularly looking at those intended, unintended, maybe transboundary effects. So it'd be interesting to get your reflections. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. Maybe just to start, WTO has been very engaged in the past years on the issue of climate change, WTO and its members. And to show the message has always been, and is now recognized much more, is to show that trade must be part of the solution. It has for a long time been a bit the missing part of the puzzle, and the fact that I'm here, that WTO is represented here today, and a number of other signs that have been seen recently, it shows that really now it is understood that trade, international trade itself, but also trade policies must be an integral part of the solution, and can actually be a force multiplier of the efforts of countries to mitigate climate change. And there are a number of trade policies. I won't go into all the details right now, but I'm sure we'll come back in the discussion. There are a number of trade policies that can really help in furthering climate mitigation and adaptation objectives. In a way, to speak a bit informally, trade can be a way of having more bang for the buck in the finance word, to create really sort of a stable and reliable environment. In particular for supply chains, it's very important that the supply chains of the green technologies, especially the green frontier technologies are able to be stable, that the conditions can be anticipated, and this will such a stable environment that our trade rules and our trade institutions are able to provide will help grasp all countries, including developing countries, should help them to grasp these opportunities that are there and promote investment, spur innovation, and overall the goal is to improve access to these environmental technologies and reduce cost to these technologies. I said there are a number of policies that can be helpful in this regards, and trade, the way the trade rules are organized, that they really look at all the different regulatory requirements that countries have in place, and that can further trade and at the same time policy goals. And we have a number of mechanisms which are very useful in terms of transparency in the WTO, which gives us access to the kind of policies that members are adopting, and it gives an idea of the lay of the land on these issues and how policies are tackling climate with or without trade implications. So I can go into details on some of these issues, but maybe I stop here and come back during the discussion.
Super. I think that was really useful, and particularly the importance you put on your trade measures to improve access to clean technologies and also to reduce costs, and your transparency mechanism. I think those are very familiar to the broader financial discussion. So Igor, I'd like to turn to you from UNCTAD, working on climate and development. Over to you. Thanks, Igor.
Thanks very much. I think if we look at Article 2.1c from the developmental perspective, then we get quite a different picture than what we've heard so far. Let me just read what the article is about. It is about making finance flows consistent with the pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate-resilient development. And I'm afraid that today's financial system in general and the dominant approach, which is a private sector-led approach, is preventing climate-resilient development. The dominant framework is basically based on the crowding in of the private finance by way of de-risking with public finance. The second pillar of that approach is that all the obligations are voluntary on the part of the private sector. So we have ESG framework and so on and so forth, disclosure, everything basically voluntary. So there are problems with that approach. First of all, we are putting private finance in the driving seat on the most important issue of collective survival in this century. The second problem is, and why this is a problem, private sector and markets might have different priorities than the public sector and the societies in general. And this is actually what is happening in the last couple of years. The second problem is it is not delivering this model, this framework. In developing countries, current climate flows meet only 10% of the requirements. The promise of going from billions to trillions has not materialized. On the contrary, the fossil fuel sector has made $4 trillion of profits last year. In the period from the signing of the Paris Agreement to today, banks, financial system has provided $5 trillion of loans and arranged for around 1 trillion of bonds for the fossil fuel, for the expansion of the fossil fuel. So this approach is not delivering on the climate goals and is actually detrimental for developmental goals of developing countries. And I would say it is a distraction and waste of public sources, because public sources can be used alternatively, and in the part on solutions, I'll emphasize it more. In addition, by imposing standards on developing countries which are not appropriate to them, you are basically restricting their policy space. Just to give you 2 examples, Ecuador has had a referendum on leaving in the ground part of their oil reserves. Credit rating agencies immediately reacted and said they will downgrade Ecuador. So we are actually, our financial system and the whole architecture around it and the setup is actually restricting development options. We should be celebrating Ecuador's decision, but it's on the contrary. Now they will have much costlier access to finance on the international markets because of the system that we have. The second one is the SIDS ports. I will not mention the countries, but if they want to build ports, today they cannot get financing because ports can be used for importing and exporting fossil fuels. So this is, again, instead of providing them with development options, this is restricting their development options. So I think what we have here is CBDR is not there. It's a one-size-fits-all approach. It's a private sector-led approach. And I think this means that the Paris Agreement is being implicitly and gradually divorced from the Convention principles. And let me just read 4.7 of the Convention, which is basically saying, the extent to which developing country parties will effectively implement their commitments under the Convention will depend on the effective implementation by developed country parties of their commitments under the Convention related to financial resources and transfer of technology, and will take fully into account that economic and social development and poverty eradication are the first and overriding priorities of the developing country parties. So instead of having Article 2.1c, which works for developing countries, it is working against them. So we in UNCTAD think that climate agenda is thus crowding out the development agenda and widening development gaps. And I will stop here. Thank you.
Excuse me, Igor, thank you very much. Actually, it's interesting, the issue of Ecuador came up, in the case of Ecuador, and the role of credit rating agencies came up before lunch at this session. So I think it's at that role of how agencies which are charged with risk, how they are impacting flows of finance to developing countries, and very, very, very important. And that point about development being in the heart of Article 2.1c, the last and perhaps one of the most important words. Again, you fleshed that out very usefully for us. Fatan, the last of the panelists, but by no means least, over to you, and then we'll please think about your questions and comments. We'll have about half an hour, so it's going to turn over to you soon. But before that, Fatan.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to all of you. I think it's always a privilege, I would say, to be the last speaker, because it allows me also to bring in and reflect on some of the previous points. Just before I go into the details of list the points that I wanted to raise, I just wanted to frame basically what I will say and to some degree also re-emphasize what Igor just highlighted, which is that it's important to put in context Article 2.1c, to put it in the broader context of the Paris Agreement. And the current race to get the gold medal, I would say, on net zero might have removed the article from its context and moved it away even more from the principles of Paris and particularly CBDR. That being said, looking at the suite of approaches and policies that we see are already being adopted by central banks, by generally the financial system under pressure largely from government, even within the framework of official development assistance, so really across the board. So looking at the suite of approaches and policies that have been adopted, I wanted to zoom in on a few cases. The first is that much of the conversation is focused on the role of the private sector, which, by the way, and I'm speaking particularly coming from the African perspective, only contributes 14% to climate finance in Africa. Private sector contributes only 14% to climate finance in Africa. And we see that historically it's been extremely difficult to engage the private sector in our context, and largely because of, and justified to some degree, risk perceptions. I'll come back to that a bit later. But I also wanted to bring the attention of the room to the role of the multilateral development banks, which is really central to the discussion at the moment regarding the reforms of the international financial architecture. And what we see with the MDBs is that there's a particular and increasing, I would say, pressure to see them dedicate more resources to climate. And as such, that should be welcomed. I think we do need more resources into climate action. But we cannot do it, absolutely not, without being very clear that that needs to come hand in hand with increased capital and clear rules as to how these banks should be using that increased capital for additionality to provide particularly to developing countries and not only emerging economies, by the way. The second, and add to that much more transparency on what constitutes that additionality. We need to be very clear in terms of accounting. The second point is this push for climate risk assessment when providing loans to countries, and I think it was raised this morning and was raised earlier in this panel. And I wanted to challenge us a bit on that. What we know is that once we start looking at risk of climate, particularly in a context where our countries are receiving only 2% of global investments in renewables, but besides that, including risk, while we know that some of the losses and damages cannot be accounted for, the risk then, and the risk there is that we're basically increasing or over-inflating, I would say, risk for a particular group of countries because we do not have the data. We do not necessarily know how some of the climate events will impact them. So the tendency will be to overinflate the risk. We already have a situation where risk, as I said, perception is disproportionate on the African continent. The role of rating agencies was raised earlier. And to add to that, without any preparation, risk assessment measures focusing on climate in our countries will only increase risk perception, and with that, limit further the risk of capital and increase cost of borrowing in a situation where it's already extremely difficult. The third point that I briefly wanted to touch on is We focus today a lot on Article 9, and it's linked with Article 2.1c. But I also wanted to bring to the picture the alignment with Article 3.5, and through that introduce the question of the carbon border adjustment mechanism. In a modeling that we have done in my previous role at the African Climate Foundation, jointly with the London School of Economics, we concluded that Africa would lose up to, at least based on the current price of carbon, $25 billion per annum. Now, as a continent, we get just over 29 billion for climate finance annually. And so if we're taking essentially 25 billion out because of quote-unquote carbon measure or climate measure, we're essentially canceling out the climate finance that we're getting. And so we need to be very conscious of the macroeconomic impact of measures such as the CBAM, and I think we need to incorporate it in our reflection. I'll just briefly share on taxation, which is, again, one of the components of this that is being used. There's a lot of talk currently, as we speak about climate finance, a lot of talk about maritime shipping taxation, about aviation fuel taxation, etc. And we cannot have that conversation without a proper impact assessment on developing countries. And I'll take the maritime shipping tax, which has been proposed as one example. What we see is that from the modeling that's available, the region that would be most impacted by such maritime shipping is Africa. And the impact hits directly food security, essentially, because of the increased prices of food. Now, if we want to introduce such measure, let us have very clear safeguards associated with a very clear fund. I would, for instance, suggest something managed by an African import-export bank that can reduce the shock of our economy by channeling some of this revenue into this fund and then rechanneling it into our countries to ensure that they adapt to this shock. So there are approaches, but we need to be serious and willing to put them on the table. The last point, and perhaps an anecdote that I wanted to add, triggered also by the point of Igor on the billions to trillions, is that at the COP27, in fact, a colleague jokingly over dinner said, well, we moved from billions to trillions to billions to millions. And so I think we need to be very, very open that some of the measures currently being introduced are essentially putting barriers for many of the countries, or increasing the barriers to access finance, particularly climate finance. And so ensuring, again, that we are very clear about the assessments, that we integrate that into the actions, that we have differentiated approaches to how we introduce them, will help us really move forward with this agenda collectively. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Faten, very much. Very good. So I think you're emphasizing the need to be serious about examining and looking at consequences, being concerned about barriers, and I think started actually to address some of our panel questions, which is always good. Thank you, as a moderator. And I think particularly you were mentioning in your last case about these taxation mechanisms, potential issues around needs for safeguards and so on. And I think in many ways, all the panelists so far have been looking at this question of intended and unintended consequences, and actually where we've got to with the current model of implementing finance and its weaknesses and maybe some of the things which are working well. We have just under 20 minutes before we have to finish. One thing just to say, the lights are really bright. So for my aid, if you could just be a little bit more active at the back. So I see 3 people. John, you wanted to come in? So I have in this row, and I think Mohammed, and in the back. If you just say your name for the benefit of the audience, that would be very helpful. And then I've got the colleague on my left there. So I've got 4, but Jean, you wanted to come in.
Thank you, Nick. Just wanted to make sure that there is no misunderstanding in our conversation. At least from the NGFS side, we don't see the current approaches as being led by the private sector, and voluntary. Led by the private sector is not, I think, handing off the responsibility of anything to the private sector, is recognizing the role of the private sector. If we don't have them, so basically, the ones who are providing the funding to a number of projects that we all would see as detrimental to the climate, this is the private sector. And on the supervisory side, we are looking at ways about making sure that these decisions are not taken lightly and are considered and reconsidered up until the point where the risks and all the risks are being understood and the decision is taken. So it's not about letting the private sector lead that discussion. It's about acknowledging the role they have and making sure that we do everything we can to drive that discussion. On the voluntary side, I must say that all the supervisors and from many countries do not approach this question with, it's not about letting people make pledges, it's really about having people do a number of things and supervisors coming and looking at what is happening and taking actions when it's not happening in the way they should be.
Do you want to come out quickly on that? We're having a panel discussion. They very rarely happen. It's really exciting. Please, if you want to come in, but I've got the gentleman. You want to come in quickly, Igor? Just quickly. Okay, thank you.
So, just quickly, this whole model, first of all, we can all agree that it's not delivering because we are way back where we should be in developed countries and in developing countries. And we are currently getting, with the policies, if we implement them, at the 2.3 increase by the end of the century. So this is one point. The other point is if developing countries are receiving very small part of the climate finance, 10% of their needs, how can one say that this model is the appropriate model? I think we should all go back to our capitals and discuss seriously what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses of the current model, and do much more, otherwise we are doomed. Thank you.
Very good, and as Luis Pereira da Silva in the opening session highlighted, developing country with 80% of the population only getting 20% of the finance. So I think that is a big, big challenge. I've got the gentleman here, then Mohammed, person right at the back, and one there, and then the lady at the back as well, I can see, and then we'll come up. But thank you, please. If you just say your name, it would be very helpful. Thank you.
Sure. Solomon from the UK. Thank you to the panelists. It was a very interesting contribution to the dialogue, and I think that similar to one of the earlier panels, it's very interesting to see how the same messages are heard by different audiences. So I think from the perspective of the previous panel and also some of the questions, I think I'd like to ask the panelists, and we can take a number of questions, but Michaeli Harmsen spoke about hearing the message that more needed to be done on adaptation, and I would say that would be the kind of the theme of what it would be really good to challenge the panel to see what can be done more in this space with this work, with the resources at your disposal on adaptation in developing countries, because there's a lot, I'm sure, being done, and we heard earlier about being done on mitigation and where there are markets available and so on, but I think that is, at least for our purposes, less the concern. And then I wanted to pick up this point about the cost of capital and Ecuador, because I think it's not the first time we've heard it today, but it's not the first time I've heard it in the last few weeks. I'd be really interested to understand what the people on the panel think about that in terms of handling that.
Two questions, I'm afraid. Sorry.
I'll leave it there. I wanted to know about our role in the UNFCCC to further this and national determination, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Sorry to have to rush you. I'm just trying to make sure as many voices can come in. Please, Mohammed, thank you.
Okay, quick reflections and then two questions. So climate change, obviously, it's a global phenomenon, but we have different economies in different countries, and I think the panelists have exhibited, that they subscribe to that idea. And I just want to highlight that, of course, an orderly transition in one economy is a disorderly transition in another economy. So that's something to take note of. And finally, I think the challenge that's there is that we're looking at a lot of information at the aggregate level. But, one question I have for Nick is, generally speaking, trends on the aggregate level don't necessarily apply to the disaggregate level. So how does that dynamic work, from your perspective? Should it be that, information is taken from a disaggregated level and then assessed at an aggregate level? How should that look? Because now people are using scenarios that are built at a global perspective, a model that's built with a global perspective first, and then they're trying to apply that model to different countries when I'm not sure if academically that's the right way to go about it. I want to hear your views on that. And then question on Fatin mentioned CBAM, and I'd be interested to hear from the representative from the WTO on that, in relation on how that affects this idea of how trade can actually facilitate increase in technology transfer and so on and so forth. And then one final question that I have is for the NGFS. I think it's John from the NGFS, which I know that the NGFS has now turned to look at, economic impacts of different transition models. This is something that's really interesting. And my question is, so in the UNFCCC process, we have this concept of no one left behind, right? So, but obviously there's winners and losers in different scenarios. So how do we minimize that to the largest extent possible so that we collectively win and minimize the losses in global efforts? And just want to say that Fatin and Igor, you sound like seasoned UNFCCC negotiators with the 4.8 and 3.5 references. So just to tip my hat to you, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So to panelists, please mention a section of the Paris Agreement in your responses, and then you'll get even more applause. Thank you. The gentleman right at the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Martin from Argentina. Thank you very much for all the presentation. This comment is on the one made by Ludwin Tamiotti from WTO. We are very much interested in listening to a little bit more and with more details about the idea of trade being part of the solution. This because for us, precisely some of the climate change response measures undertaken by developed countries under Article 2.1c could and probably will have a negative impact on sustainable development, particularly, of course, in developing countries. Specifically, some of these measures, whose declared objective is to combat climate change, will have negative impact on exports, making them, of course, less competitive with the consequent commercial risk of loss of markets, and therefore affecting international trade. And just one quick reflection with regards to Igor Paunovic's presentation, because we share that viewpoint. For us, a correct interpretation of Article 2.1c must begin with the recognition that it was not laid down in a vacuum. The context for its interpretation is given in the article's chapeau, and it's also important to highlight that Article 2.1c was drafted in the context of Article 2.2 that makes specific reference to equity and the CBDRC principle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to take this gentleman here, and then we'll have responses from the panel, and then see how many more we can get in, because we've got a hard stop at 3:30. Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. Ricardo Marshall from Barbados. My ancestors had to line up for food that was not of their own choosing. Attempting to do the same to me at lunch just now, I believe, was an unintended consequence that offended me. However, This relates to an interpretation of Article 2.1c by those who can afford to interpret it that way. We have, in certain parts of the world, agricultural subsidies and other subsidies, while we have trade restrictions and threats of sanctions should some of us seek to do the same to protect our own interests. The result is that it is expensive to produce our own food, especially our own fruits and vegetables. And we need, therefore, to import, with significant associated emissions and emission impacts that do not ever go into the calculation of others who would wish to feed me what they determine I should have in line with their interpretation of 2.1c. We have then the emissions associated with the transport and the storage of that food, but not just that, the knock-on, but perhaps very intended consequences on our economies, our health, and the diets of our population, as well as the removal of our food security. And I think it is time that we have serious discussions and let us take the gloves off and discuss not whether or not the consequences are intended or unintended, because that would be mind reading, but rather to deal with what those consequences are and speak truth in the face of power. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we have 10 minutes, 5 panelists. You know the maths. So I'm going to take you first, Faten. A few questions directed to you. Your thoughts on what we heard, more to be done on financing adaptation in developing countries, cost of capital, the CBAM issue, leaving no one behind, and this latest issue about food security in particular.
Thank you. I think there were a lot of comments, but I just wanted to pick up on 2 particular points, which is the cost of capital and then maybe some of the points on trade. On the cost of capital question, I think really the bottom line is the role of some of the, or the governance really of the financial system and the disproportionate place that's been given to rating agencies. I know the bankers were not particularly, they're also constrained by it, but the role of the rating agencies is particularly problematic. There have been some proposals that have been put on the table to say that, look, if a country, for instance, is investing in a particular infrastructure, let's say, let me take solar, for instance. I do find it absurd, for instance, that a country such as Namibia has a 7-fold higher cost of capital for solar than a country like Germany, and so we need to question a bit more. I think these principles and give some leeway for the countries that say, look, I need to invest into a renewable infrastructure as an example, to not put that one on the same footing as investing in something else. And so I think there are we need to rethink a bit, but without penalizing. I'm saying this very carefully because we shouldn't penalize countries, for instance, if they want to invest in a school. That remains equally important from a developmental point of view, but recognize that the longer-term returns of a renewable infrastructure or climate-related action is important. On trade, I just wanted to emphasize again, the time is limited, we can't go into details, but there are still significant issues related to investment treaties, related to free trade agreements that are extremely constraining some of our countries. We speak of access to technology, for instance, I think very much good luck to any country who would want to go for kind of generic production of certain technologies, because the hands are tied because of the investment treaties that we have signed. So I think we need to reopen some of that conversation to be able to provide some space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn to you, Ludovine, because actually trade came up quite a lot. So your thoughts on what you've heard. And then Igor, please, after that.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. I mean, I try to take all the, I think, three questions that were raised on trade. Yes, CBAM, I mean, while we need clearly ambitious action on the climate mitigation front, from a WTO perspective, the proliferation of uncoordinated climate policies do create risk of fragmentation. And this is what we are trying to show in recent publication in the WTO, because such fragmentation risks increasing costs for low-carbon technologies, innovators, creating more trade frictions. Some of you mentioned a few examples, and provide some, you know, hampers basically the green transition. So this kind of discussion on trying to avoid this fragmentation, I think is a discussion that could take place very well in the WTO. We have a couple of mechanism institutions that are actually already tackling some of these issues. The CBAM has been discussed really quite extensively in different committees of the WTO, particularly the Committee on Trade and Environment. The EU has actually gone to great length into explaining CBAM, and not only CBAM, but also the EU Green Deal. So there is some capacity for the WTO institution to play a bigger role in terms of discussing, analyzing these potential trade frictions that are introduced by members who are setting some high ambitions, and by using this kind of mechanisms like CBAM. You mentioned, the gentleman, the subsidies and agricultural subsidies. There again, trade policy reforms that can actually directly alleviate the fiscal burden of climate and development finance. In fact, this is exactly what we did in the fisheries subsidies negotiations, trying to freeing up around $22 billion in annual public spending on harmful fisheries subsidies. So that's one type of discussion that one can have. We have discussions on fossil fuel subsidies. A number of countries in the context of WTO, one part of the discussions are trying to look at how to do something about the billions in fossil fuel subsidies. And this money, indeed, if it was possible to alleviate this kind of amounts, would certainly be more usefully, better used in fighting climate change. So in terms of, maybe to the last question, or the second question, or rather, on the type of trade policies that are available, several one could mention, but that the kind of trade policies that can really help in decarbonizing supply chains, we can mention the import tariffs. So governments can revise and reduce their import tariffs on key renewable energy equipment, for instance, some low carbon vehicles, and this would increase the uptake of climate solutions. They can work on giving priority to public purchases of low-carbon goods and services. Another thing I mentioned already is, of course, trying to realign a little more strategically environmentally harmful subsidies. And that all of these items can be discussed and are discussed in some parts of the WTO, but more work can be done on this, definitely.
Thanks for going into those, actually, the really good examples. And you've been doing this for a while. Lots of experience. Igor, if I could turn to you, please. Thank you.
There were no questions for me, so I will use a minute and a half to propose solutions as we see. First of all, if you are serious about the climate resilient development and CBDR, stop using the carbon budget that is left. There are currently just 5 nations, all of them advanced economies, which are responsible for over half of all planned oil and gas field developments from now to 2050. That was last week report. So that's the first point. Leave this in the ground and give a chance to developing countries to use fossil fuels to speed up their development. They still have 940 million people without electricity. That's a lot. The second one, use regulatory approach, not the approaches which are giving some incentives to the private sector. Subsidize green technologies and renewable energy and penalize fossil fuel. Third, fulfill the promises on 100 billion and the NCQG, the discussion. There is much more that can be done to help developing countries, because mostly what developing countries need is help with adaptation, and only 8% of the all public and private climate finance that goes to developing countries, only 8% is on adaptation. And that's the priority for developing countries. On the public finance, use MDBs much more than so far. Use SDRs to beef up NDBs, and they can leverage 4 times Singh and Summers are saying even 7 times what they receive. So the 100 billion voluntary reallocation of SDRs could be used much more effectively through NDBs. And they have the right to use it, and they have the right to leverage it. So instead of 100 billion, we would have 400 billion just overnight. And the last one, developing countries are dedicating a lot of resources to debt service. We have now 3.3 billion people living in the countries which spend more on debt servicing than on health or education. That is now really the constraint on many developing countries to do more in the development goals, but also in their climate goals. So with these proposals, we can talk about serious package which could further the fight for a much better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. We have 2 more panelists, Jean first, and then Mikhail at the end. Thank you.
I'll try to address the question that was directly directed to me, and the one that I felt were indirectly directed to me. Indeed, the NGFS has been developing scenarios to help its members understand the consequences of climate change and the transition. What is very important is to understand that these scenarios are not normative scenarios. We are not in the business of, we as central banks are not in the business of telling our governments what they should do. We're in the business of looking at what could happen, the possible futures, and the consequences that we need to take into account in that respect. What we have learned from that, actually, is that there is nothing that would look like an orderly or efficient transition in one part of the world that would be not in another part of the world. Or to put it differently, I mean, an orderly transition is a global transition that is orderly, and there is nothing that looks like an orderly transition for the benefit of only one part of the world. On the importance of keeping this global-local dimension, I think this is very critical because we are all in this together. But we need to find collectively, we need to find the development trajectories of each and every economies. And among the membership, I would say I've heard that a number of you are insisting on the importance of the development agenda. I think that's front and center of a central bank in a developing economy. So that's really something that is important. And in that respect, it's not a question of leaving people behind or not leaving people behind. It's really a matter of understanding what it means, what the various policy options means, and adjusting to it, and also communicating it to our governments so that they know what they are doing when they are making different choices. And I would perhaps stop here.
Thank you, Jean. Magali, so round us off. Thank you.
Thanks. I want to touch upon the question on adaptation that was asked first. And I want to start with sharing an example from the Dutch perspective, so from the perspective of the Netherlands, and then I'll continue. I'll put my hat of the Coalition of Finance Ministers back on after. Almost a year ago at COP27, the Coalition of Finance Ministers organized a ministerial meeting for finance ministers on adaptation. And I remember it was very challenging for us because we had the feeling that as ministers of finance, we didn't really have anything to add to the discussion or any experiences to share on the issue of adaptation. So I think this shows that there's a lot to win from engaging ministers of finance, because in any way we need to somehow include it in financial sector regulation. We need to also be aware of adaptation in our macroeconomic models, in our taxation policy, etc. So I think it's quite a new topic for ministries of finance. Not long after COP27, there was COP15 on biodiversity. And here, the COP agreed on principles on biodiversity that were also new. And again, ministries of finance, or at least our Ministry of Finance in the Netherlands, thought, okay, there's another topic that we need to take into account. We finally managed to get a grasp on climate mitigation, and now we have adaptation, biodiversity, and of course, I can also mention the economics of water or circular economy, etc. So I think it's quite a lot, and it's challenging for ministries of finance to get a grasp on all of these topics and how they have to take these issues into account in their policy instruments. And if it's challenging for us as the Netherlands, then I can imagine that it's also very challenging for countries that have smaller ministries and lower capacity. So now let me put my Coalition of Finance Ministers hat back on. I really hope that we can be a platform for each other to see what are good examples, what are best practices, and how can we learn from each other, because this meeting that I mentioned at COP27 on adaptation, it was quite surprising for us to see how many good examples there already are of countries that are taking this issue into account in their financial sector policy or in their taxation policy, etc. So I just wanted to finish with a positive note that I think there's already so much happening, and we can really learn from each other and see how can we mitigate risks, how can we take advantage of the possibilities that we have. Yeah.
Thank you, Mikali. So I end with the view, quoting the Sharm el Sheikh implementation plan, that if we're going to make progress on this in terms of finance, where we're not making sufficient progress, we're not making the flows flow in the right way, to the right places, at the right time, we need a transformation of the financial system, its structures and processes. So you are now going to get some caffeine. A well-deserved caffeine break, coffee break, tea break, whatever others. Ambassador Tosi, I'm going to hand back to you for this, and then there'll be breakout groups. So thank you to the panelists for illuminating us with their views. Thank you for the questions, and apologies to those on this side who I didn't take. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Nick and colleagues, for this insightful discussion. Before we break for coffee, I would like to announce the breakout groups so we can go straight into a discussion after refreshments. We will have 5 in-person breakout groups and 1 virtual breakout group to the topic of mapping potential intended and unintended consequences in pursuing actions to implement Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement and potential safeguards to avoid greenwashing for just and equitable pathways towards low GHG emissions, climate resilient development. Is it on the screen already? Yeah. As you can see on the screen, breakout group 1 will be moderated by Charlene Watson and will take place behind the plenary. Breakout group 2 will be moderated by Sandra Guzman and will take place in meeting room 11 on level 2. Breakout group 3 will be moderated by Baisa Naran and will take place in meeting room 11 on level 2. No, room 15, level 2. It seems like there's a... I'll just read from the screen then. So meeting room 11, level 2, moderator Sandra Guzman. Meeting room 12, level 2, moderator Indrajit Bose. Breaking out group 4, meeting room 15, level 3, moderated by Baisa Naran. Breakout group 5, meeting room 16, level 3. The moderator will be Samson Bwewe. And in the plenary, the moderator will be Charlene Watson. And the virtual breakout group will be moderated by Joe Twits. And for directions, level 2 can be reached via the stairs on the right here. And level 3 can be reached via the lift just outside the plenary, also on the right. There will be 1 common report back session of the breakout group discussions covering day 1 and day 2, which will take place tomorrow afternoon. After today's breakout group discussions, dialogue participants are invited to explore the evening program of Building Bridges as they wish. So what we'll do now, we'll proceed to the coffee break, and we want to keep it as short as possible, 10-15 minutes, and then you reach out to the Secretariat booth where your moderator will be waiting for you and will lead you to the breakout group room assigned to you. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much to all of you. Because the rooms are very hard to find, the breakout group moderators and the UN Secretariat support staff will wait at the end of the coffee break, so each group can go to their room. Thank you so much. Sorry, that was room 12. Oh. Yeah, thanks so much.
Maybe my room is I'll wait for you. I'll wait for someone there.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly. You can also take your time, and in 10 minutes we all line up here and then go.
So actually, what we saw on screen was but we so I go with Baise in block 4. I'm going in block 4.
Everybody talks about petrol states, the biggest petrol state in the US.
Friends, colleagues, another announcement. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., there will be a G77 China meeting at 8 a.m. in room, Pedro, which room? Pedro, Mohammed, Pedro, which room? Room 16, level 3, 8 a.m. tomorrow.
also done a lot of work around Article 2.1c, and so very glad to see there is a dedicated space for a dialogue, and really been enjoying the discussions so far this year. As you can see, there's a link to Padlet, which is a platform where you can add in different insights and views to sort of aid the discussion, but also, welcome people to use the raise hand function, and I'll try and keep track of that. And Risa and Hayisu are also on the line, and able to sort of help track, and we'll be taking notes for the report back. But I won't be attributing anything to individual people. I'll just be giving a sense of what the discussion covered, and that report back will be tomorrow. So yeah, I'm happy to sort of get straight into it. I thought it was a really, really interesting panel, and as Nick said at one point, that it was actually a panel discussion, that like people were having a good debate and back and forth, and that's sometimes quite rare. So I thought that was really, really good to see. Yeah, the guiding questions you can see are on the Padlet, and also in the chat. Yeah, welcome people to bring any insights that you have. When you first speak, it'd be great if you can introduce yourself and your organisation as well. That'll be helpful for the other participants. But yeah, I'm actually just opening up the Padlet website too as well, so see how that works. But yeah, great. If anyone has any thoughts, please feel free to raise your hand, and or also put them into the Padlet, whatever you prefer to help move the discussion along. And I think it's pretty self-explanatory in terms of how to add things to the Padlet. You just you click the add button under each of the questions, and you can add your thoughts there, and then it should appear for everyone else to read. But yeah, while I'm waiting for people to put to raise hands and add some things, I thought it was really interesting that there were a lot of discussions about I thought there was a really interesting insight from, I think it was from the colleague from Barbados in the Q&A about the first question is like the potential intended and unintended consequences, and he made the point of like who knows whether it's intended or not, but there are consequences nonetheless. And so I think there's one of the interesting things to perhaps discuss is the extent to which intention matters, and intentionality. There was obviously an intentionality in creating 2.1c, but then are they actually aligned? Is there broad alignment in what 2.1c, the intended consequences of that are, before even discussing what the unintended consequences are? Yeah. And I see we have a hand up. So Surinder, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Joe. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Surinder Kalra. I am from India. I'll briefly introduce myself. I'm basically a CPA with almost 41 years of experience in reporting in financial and environmental and social matters. I'm a social auditor as well as ESG reporting and assurances. I would like to express myself regarding Article 2.1c. There are two very important phrases used in that article are pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. What I feel is that these two phrases should not be interpreted or read in isolation, project-wise or sector-wise or any country-wise. Any financing institution has got lot many arms like an octopus. It can fund in Africa, it can fund in Asia, it can fund in Canada, certain mines. So it is not that they have financed a small island in the Caribbean and in Canada they are financing a a mine in. What is happening in Canada these days is that small mines are getting merged into bigger mines, and the smaller mines are not at all complying to the ESG norms. So certain financing institutions, they are financing that mergers and acquisitions. So therefore, what I feel is that the total or the entire global gamut should be considered as far as these two terms are concerned, and not that. And this is nothing but a total greenwashing, and not even greenwashing, it's an eye washing, I would say. They are just putting dust into our eyes and saying that, okay, we have done certain climate financing in a small island in the Caribbean. No, that is my opinion. So it should be taken in total, not country-wise or sector-wise or project-wise. Because these ESG norms, when these S1, S2 of IFRS we had in the morning session or TCFD, they only say that what we have done. They don't say what harm we have done in financing mergers and acquisition transaction in Canada, where the company, the smaller company, was not at all following the ESG norms. So those things should be taken into consideration, how this reporting has to be done. And second, I am very particular about that any greenwashing, there should be certain legal penalties for that. And how that can be implemented, whether UNFCCC has got that much of canine teeth to bite those things, I don't know. Or they have only incisors to nibble, that's all.
Thank you. Yeah, really great insights, and I think it's I think it's really interesting. The merger and acquisitions thing, I hadn't considered that previously, but that's a interesting, almost a loophole really, where you can have a smaller company that hasn't been following ESG procedures getting absorbed by a larger one that has, and the larger one is sort of grandfathering in the lack of ESG in the smaller company. Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for understanding my opinion on this.
Yeah, really helpful.
Really appreciate that.
And I think on the greenwashing and legal penalties, I think you raise an interesting point in terms of, does the UNFCCC have the right teeth for that? But I think it's also obviously, the UNFCCC can be implemented by national governments, and that they do have a lot of regulatory powers, so they can align their regulations potentially with the principles and the objectives of the Paris Agreement and the Convention, and that the actual policing can be done at the national level where there is teeth. So I think that's interesting. But yeah, there's the challenge of international coordination comes up.
No, I don't want any policing procedures to be followed, or any legal penalties, or putting behind the bars, or pecuniary or financial penalties. What I want that there should be a proper, complete reporting of that. Once they are reporting that, okay, we have done some green financing in the small island in Caribbean, and there should simultaneously be a provision that, or there should be a statutory provision, what sort of greenwashing they have done. So they would feel guilty in reporting such things, and that guilt is a bigger punishment than any financial punishment.
Definitely. And I think that's one of the things. The Paris Agreement certainly does have a lot of reporting provisions, and so there's a potential there to explore how it could be part of the Paris Transparency Framework, or other reporting mechanisms under the UNFCCC. But yeah, thank you. Really helpful intervention.
And second very important point which I want to emphasize is regarding what has happened. I'm into financing now for the past 40 years as a CPA, and have been talking to and dealing with private financial institutions, government financial institutions. In fact, the term, the green finance, or most of the financial institutions have read it. It has gone into their eyes, it has gone into their ears, but the term has not gone into their mind as such. So whatever norms they were following for the existing system of financing, like internal rate of return or VAR, they still continue to do it, and they say, and that is why one of the gentlemen said that the cost of financing in some of the GCC countries or African countries has been little high, because the funding institutions, they have not learned they still go in for mortgage financing. They want certain securities to be followed, and internal rate of return, that is called financial internal rate of return or financial VAR. There should be a term which should be coined by, along with the definition of climate finance, as a corollary. UNFCCC should come out with the definition of what is uh, sustainable IRR, what is climate VAR, so that these become handy. Now, just now somebody gave an example of a country in the South America, Latin America, saying that their rating has been reduced by a rating agency because of certain things which were, even though it was a proper green financing to be done, but their rating was reduced. So that is the thing which should be taken into consideration very strictly. And because the term, when we talk about climate finance, that definition should not include that the money has gone from the lender to the borrower. It should include the terms in the rating for the rating agency. It should be for the insurance agencies also. So it should be taken in total, whatever is the gamut of entire financing scenario, all those things should be taken into the definition of climate finance. It is not that only the money is going into it or SDRs are going from it. The entire gamut of insurance, rating, and the money should, three things should go into the entire process. And it should go into their mind. But the problem is that I have dealt with so many financial institutions globally these days. They talk about green financing, but they don't understand. There has to be a lot of capacity building and hand-holding to be done for them. They totally lack education about it. To be very frank with you, after an experience even of 40 years in financing, I have done a course from UNFCCC on UN SDG impact. It was really wonderful, and I have learned a lot of insight into it. So those capacity building exercises should be taken up with them, and well, it should not be voluntary, it should be compulsory.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
Very, very helpful. And yeah, I think, yeah, like the noting about all the different entities is really key thing, that we do just often just look at the contributors and recipients and not all the entities that are engaged in the whole, value flow of finance. Is anyone else on the line have any insights they'd like to offer, either responding or bring to Surinder, or bring up other ideas? Ian, yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Joe, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm Ian from the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, joining you live from Moscow. It's a very interesting discussion here, and I think the many views that we have heard today, and also the ones that we heard previously back in Bangkok, only serve to prove that this discussion on 2.1c is more complicated. And for me, it's even more complicated than I myself had previously imagined, to be honest. And I think it's a very good topic here on intended and unintended consequences. in pursuing actions to implement 2.1c. And in terms of the unintended consequences, as many speakers demonstrated, we would have many of those that we need to consider. And my take from it is that we should definitely link the discussion on 2.1c with the broader sustainable development agenda and other sustainable development goals that are very much multifaceted. When we talk about aligning or making consistent finance flows with sustainable development goals or broader sustainable development in general, then this notion is quite clear to me, bearing in mind the complex nature of the Sustainable Development Agenda. So it's clear, that there would be trade-offs. It's clear that we are taking care of the energy access, of climate change, but as well as many other things. But when we are talking about alignment of finance flows with climate, then that's a very specific issue here. Even when we read the Shapov Article 2, the language there goes into strengthening the global response to the threats of climate change in the context of sustainable development and efforts to eradicate poverty. And then we go into A, B, and C. So in a way, this discussion, even dating back to the Paris Agreement, is already framed by the broader context. And here, within the Sharm el Sheikh dialogue, I think one of the risks we are running into is narrowing down or limiting this discussion a bit too much. Because if we take a simplistic approach, then it's easy what should be done. Just don't put any money into fossil fuels, and put only your money into climate change mitigation adaptation, and that's it. It's quite easy. But we know what kind of consequences we would run into, and I think many developing countries are quite worried, and we had really good examples on what has already happened. Another point, perhaps, in terms of the unintended consequences is the issue that also was highlighted, but I want to touch upon it additionally, is the issue of various restrictive measures that can come as a result of sort of non-compliance with 2.1c if anybody were to take a top-down approach to this issue. Because when we are speaking about restrictions that arise in the field of trade or technology transfer, or simply restrictions in the broader development context, then we would see that those very countries that we are intending to help, that are most climate vulnerable, would face those restrictions, and as a result would have to reprioritize and reorient their policies towards life-saving measures that in their local context might have not a lot to do with climate change mitigation, for instance, and we very much know what the country's priorities are when they face certain crises outside the realm of climate change. So it's a huge challenge, obviously, and various speakers who work on finance in particular demonstrated those in the finance field already, and I think there are broader ones as well. So my overall bottom line is that we should be very much inclusive in this discussion and perhaps take it to the next level when we go back to the UNFCCC negotiations and even higher, the UN in general, so that we make sure that the financial system that we have and reforms that it might require in general actually take care of those very different challenges, not only in the context of climate change per se. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, that's very helpful, and I think particularly the link to the SDGs and reminder that that it's always important to not just read one subparagraph, but the entire Article 2 and the chapeau is very important on the sustainable development and poverty eradication. and the need to encapsulate the aim broadly, not just looking at fossil fuels or any other particular sort of sector, and then the question of like compliance and enforcement. I think those are really useful things to flag. Thank you. So any other insights? I think particularly, it's interesting. Again, I'd like be curious if people have thoughts about. So this division between intended and unintended consequences, and the I think we've heard in the interventions so far in the breakout group is the the intention of Article 2.1c, but then also how it connects to sustainable development and other things. And I think that there's the challenge there of an unintended consequence can be challenges to achieving broader development objectives. But I think also looking to question 2 and how those unintended consequences differ across countries, regions, and sectors. I'm curious if people want to bring insights about particular regions or sectors. Surinder, focused a lot on the financial sector, which I think was really helpful, and some of the different entities and players in that sector. But obviously, I think the unintended consequences are going to hit differently for different countries based on how they structure their economies and what kind of activities they're engaged in. So I think it'd be helpful if people are interested in teasing out some of those differences and sort of highlighting examples, because I think it's very useful to talk in specific examples and it helps to focus on like ways around the challenges. And of course, yeah, as Risa just posted in the chat, very happy if you want to include responses in the Padlet. That's a more anonymous way of making your interventions. And we'll if you put stuff in there, happy to use that as a sort of prompt for further discussion, or you can raise your hand. At least in the desktop version of Teams, the hand raise is at the top of the screen. The hand icon, it says raise. But if you're having trouble finding that, feel free to also just post in the chat if you'd like to take the floor. Verinda, yeah, you have the floor again.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, I want to continue with the same points which I had discussed earlier. If any, by chance, UNFCCC decides to implement the training part or anything of that sort, then we are there to work with UNFCCC and take the things forward. That is what I wanted to discuss. Capacity building exercise anywhere globally, we are there to work with them.
Thank you. And
thank you,
Surinder. Would do you work for a particular organisation? Are you working for the government or for another organisation? Because I'm sure the UNFCCC would love to, would very welcome your volunteering to support.
Sure. I have my own consultancy, 2 companies I have. And because being a CPA, I have my CPA firm also, which is into all this assurances and audit. And we are social auditors also. And we also work for Ministry of Environment and give them suggestions. I also give suggestions to GRI, TCFD, IFRS on their sustainability guidelines.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. We would love to work with the UNFCCC on that, certainly.
Well, I can't speak for them, but I'm sure they should have your contact details, having registered to participate. And
sure. Thank you. Merci. Welcome.
Anyone else want to offer any insights? Also, I think we've sort of started with question 1, but welcome inputs on question 2 or question 3. And I think, the question 3 is really interesting in terms of like moving into more of having identified the unintended consequences, looking at principles and safeguards that can be used to address those, but also to combat greenwashing. I know, Surinder, you mentioned the issue of greenwashing, and I think the idea on reporting and transparency is a kind of embarrassing people into doing a good job. I think a lot of the way the Paris Agreement was structured was based on that, was the idea of peer pressure, of governments not wanting to be shown to be not delivering on their commitments. And so I think that's certainly one approach to combating greenwashing is just more transparency, more reporting. There's obviously media. In the last few years, I think the press has done a lot more coverage on, for example, carbon offsets and carbon trading, and pointing to some of the challenges there. Also on CBAM, I know that came up in the panel discussion. I've been impressed with the level of detailed coverage from the media on all of these issues, and I think that in itself, even when countries and private sector entities aren't necessarily reporting directly, scrutiny from the press can also be a helpful means to tackle greenwashing. I guess one other question I would sort of add is are there ways that you can foresee adding the official processes and the unofficial processes and the way that they interface? So the fact that you have investigative reporters doing deep dive pieces into various aspects of climate finance and financial alignment, and then you have official reporting processes and channels, and the way that those two interact, that sometimes the media investigations kind of spotting things that aren't necessarily super clear from the official reporting, but often they're starting using the official reporting as a starting point. But then, do those investigations have an impact on the official rulemaking and the efforts to address greenwashing? I also think it's really interesting that we are, talking a lot more about greenwashing in the last few years. I think that's, in some ways, I guess the positive spin is that the fact that so much greenwashing is happening in the way it didn't used to is a sign that at least a lot of entities realize the need to be seen to be doing something green. And so in a way that's, looking on the bright side, it's like previously they just wouldn't mind if they were not seen as being green, but now everyone does want to be seen as green. So in a way that's, there's a little bit of a positive there in that they're following certain steers, and attempting to be seen as doing the right thing, but obviously the best thing would be to actually be doing the right thing. So I think there's an interesting question there of, I think there's the other thing we've seen. I'm based in the US, and there's a more recent phenomenon. I think it was named green hushing, which is where, because of some of the backlash against ESG and attempts to align finance with environmental and social and governance indicators, and there's been a backlash against that in some quarters. Some companies are now being more quiet about what they're doing on climate and environment. I think that's quite interesting phenomenon. So it's, you have the greenwashing on the one hand, which is shouting about stuff, making it seem better than you are, and then on the other hand, you have green hushing, where companies are maybe doing more on climate, but they're being quiet about it because they don't want the backlash. At least in the US and also in the UK, which is where I'm originally from. We're seeing a little bit of that too. Yeah. I've just started adding some of the ideas into the Padlet in case people want to react to some of those that and tried to sort of convey some of those points. But yeah, if others want to make interventions, if not, we can wrap up in a few minutes. But yeah. Surinder, you have the floor.
Yeah. Regarding the SDGs, poverty eradication and other things, I would like to share the Indian experience with you gentlemen. In the morning session, we had a gentleman sharing his experiences of the SEC in Philippines. What our SEC has done is that they have certainly borrowed the principles and the canons from all the 17 SDGs, but they have tried to customize them to the Indian conditions, and some very strict norms have been fixed by the Indian SEC, which are applicable from this financial year that we take April to March as the financial year, 1st of April 2023, and the assurance of that and the audit of that will be done from next year, that is 1st of April 2024. So this is what I want to tell you briefly, that some strict norms have been implemented in India for top 1,000 with the market capitalization companies which are listed on the National Stock Exchange in India.
Great. So that sort of speaks to the principles and safeguards for implementation under question 3, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Because we now consider it is not only the greenwashing, it is SDG washing also is going on. So taking that into the mind, all the 17 SDGs have been customized to the Indian conditions, and then we are working very hard on that. And now a new stock exchange has also come up under the edges of the National Stock Exchange, which is called the Social Stock Exchange. Globally, there are 3 living examples of a social stock exchange, and one of them is in India now, and it is doing very well. Most of the social organizations are getting listed on it, and they can even raise funds. We call it zero coupon bonds and like that. So their reporting also will be very strictly monitored now. And because most of the funds which were coming through the foreign countries and illegal funds which are coming and used for terrorism purposes, all that will stop now. Money laundering and everything will be taken care.
So interesting. And can you speak a little bit more about how that works? So is it a completely separate stock exchange to the main Indian one, or is it an index or a subset within the main Indian stock exchange?
No, it is a separate stock exchange. It's a separate stock exchange. And it will be working under the main stock exchange, but it is a separate stock exchange. Only NGOs can be listed there. Social organizations can be listed there.
Interesting. So non-profit organizations or companies?
Yeah, non-profit organizations.
Interesting. And so is that a way of them raising funding, or is it a way of sort of getting accreditation?
Yes. In fact, there are certain principles have been fixed for us also as social auditors, how their sustainability has to be calculated and reporting. And if they have been reporting sustainability on a proper grounds, then it becomes easy for them. Then the rating also improves, and it becomes easy for them to raise funds also. A lot of responsibilities have been cast on that social organization as well as on the auditors of those companies.
Well, that's really interesting. I'm going to do some more reading about that. But yeah, if you have any web links, like websites to read more on that would be really brilliant if you could share that in the chat.
Yeah, I can share that because this is what the principles are, and many things have been borrowed from reporting organizations like GRI and others, so that these things are properly reported on a global level. Main purpose is to have a uniform reporting as well as stop money laundering into the entire process, illegal activities. And certain many licenses also in the recent past. In the past 6 months, almost 6 to 7 licenses of such organizations have been cancelled to work in India or to raise funds because they were not properly reporting. They were into certain unscrupulous activities or like that.
Interesting. So it sounds like that's very much for non-profits, but I wonder if there's a way of doing this for private companies as well.
Yes, yes. Because these companies, in fact, the definition is very much akin to that any of the companies which tries to fulfill any of the 17 SDGs is called an NGO. So that way it is, we are trying to take care of the SDG washing, which includes SDG 13 also.
Great, thank you. So there've been a few. Sorry, I realized I was muted. So yeah, I just going to go through this. There's been a bunch of new comments added to the Padlet, which is great. So I'll work through those. If anyone wants to take the floor and explain those, that's very welcome. But so I added the sort of thing about the considering the SDGs and poverty eradication, i.e. the chapeau of Article 2. A point was made about the focus on mitigation is not balancing with the importance of funding required for adaptation. That was also something that was raised in the panel as well. And I think when we talk about low emissions and climate resilient development, Surinder also sort of made this point of the often low greenhouse gas gets more of the attention, but also the need for resilience as well. The issue of is funding just being moved around and redistributed rather than new capital being created. And I think that's a really interesting point in terms of particularly when it comes to talking about climate and development and broader sustainable development needs and the need to be expanding finance across the board and not taking money from one objective and moving into another to the detriment of development objectives. And I think there's ways to potentially achieve both and make progress towards both. But I think it's a really important point about the need for more finance in general to meet both climate and sustainable development goals. The issue of greenwashing as well, and how difficult it can be to distinguish between institutions and products that actually are contributing to 2.1C and those that don't. And again, the issue of this is a lack of reporting issue, but also a lack of regulatory requirements. And so I think those two things hint at what potential solutions can be, which includes reporting and regulations on and standardized definitions of what alignment does and doesn't mean. And then under question 2, I added in the sort of, I think something that Ian alluded to, but I think it's also that if you have a larger fossil fuel sector, you're more likely to be exposed to unintended consequences of progress on 2.1C. I know in the panel discussion we also had discussion about the small island states and the challenge that they face. I think there was a really interesting point about being able to finance ports, and a port can be used for Paris-aligned things. It can be used for not Paris-aligned things, but it's not necessarily inherently aligned or not aligned. I think it depends on, of course, what kind of infrastructure you're building in that port. But I think, if there are things that are just ruling out, that's not ideal. You know, I think it's an area where we need more refined criteria, perhaps. And then under question 3 on, you know, the reporting on commitments as a way of addressing greenwashing. Yeah, if there's no more comments, we can wrap up. I'll give it another couple of minutes if anyone else wants to raise their hand, but otherwise, I think we can end. I think the next session starts at 5 p.m. Geneva time, or it's a bunch of side events. I don't think that's something that we can. I think it is something you might be able to participate in virtually, but the Secretariat can let me know. Otherwise, you're free for the day. Okay, there's no virtual participation, unfortunately, for those side events. But I hope you'll be able to join tomorrow, where there'll be more plenary discussions and another breakout group that my colleague from Christian Aid will be moderating. And then we'll do a report back from the breakout groups tomorrow afternoon. So I'll be sort of feeding back. I think the Padlet will still stay open. So if you want to add more insights and ideas, that would also be super welcome. I see another comment. No, that was a comment already read. But yeah, so if you want to add more to that after the session ends, and you know, if something comes to you later in the day, feel free to add it in, and I'll take a look later this evening, DC time, and incorporate any additional inputs into my summary for tomorrow. Great. Well, yeah, thank you all for joining, and I think we can close this now. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you.